What are you going to talk about? Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay.
So, no, almost at the beginning, I believe my own artistic project.
Okay.
Just quickly, because I come from 7 times.
Really? Oh, fantastic.
Really incredible.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Yeah.
People now, when you have
Great. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Same. Okay. All right. No. All right. Okay.
Meine Damen und Herren, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to take your seats. I think you all have your coffee and your water. We have prepared some seats over here. Please take a seat. We will start soon. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, meine Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie jetzt bitten, auch unsere Platz zu nehmen. Take a seat, please. We're going to start our discussion, our conference now. I would like to welcome you to this conference, to this discussion about emerging arts for emerging spaces, art and urban planning. And it's really, I think it's the best place to discuss this on this visionary emerging space here in Graz Reininghaus. I would like to welcome our international guests, the co-organizers of the European In Situ Network, our coordinating team from the Republic, several artists we work with in this network. International artists are here. They are also on the panel, but also a lot of artists we have worked with in our festival here in Graz, also in the international content. Welcome to this place. I also would like to welcome the speakers and discussion partners, which are here in the first row, and the political representatives. Lisa Rücker, she's responsible for art and culture in the city of Graz. And also, I would like to welcome Johann Badruch. He's the city councillor in Salzburg, in the city of Salzburg, and he's also responsible there for, I think, for urban planning and for building in the city of Graz. And last but not least, I would like to also to welcome our translator. I would really like to ask you to stay in the English language in this discussion. We only have 2 native speakers here, so don't be shy. There is a lot of English like mine, so it's not so difficult. Yes, and Graz Reininghaus is a current visionary exemplar for large-scale urban development project, and so the ideal location for our topics. Here the seminar could address the questions: what influence do art have on visionary urban development processes? What is the significance of creation centers, international networks, and collaborations of artists? How can creative processes be designed to offer artists the best possible conditions for realizing new projects? Yeah, and we are very happy to bring together the expertise of international festival directors and artists with those of our colleagues from Graz, which are also directors of quite important institutions of the city of Graz. Yes, we have already had 3 days of discussions with our in situ partners about the future of our network, and this was very fruitful. The network in situ was founded in 2003. It's already 12 years now, and it supports the creation of artistic work in public space in an international scale. This network is supported by the European Union since the beginning and participates 9 co-organizers and further 9 partners from all over Europe. And additionally to our existing project, the META project, a new EU subsidy for the so-called in situ platform, which makes us able to organize this meeting. Well, and then I also have and really would like to thank Mr. Wolfgang Erber and his team. They welcome us here on this place. It's really very fruitful to work together with them. And Ernst Reiner, also I want to thank you for the cooperation in this project. We already were here with our specialists yesterday and had some lectures from the architects. Yes, the members of the Initiative Reininghaus are also here. This is a group of people who came together to think and to bring some heart to this place in the future. Yes, yes, and then I would like to welcome also our keynote speaker and moderator, Trevor Davies. Trevor has created and managed several cultural institutions in Denmark, among others, the Copenhagen International Theatre, which he still co-directs with Katrin Verfield. Another major focus has been on the relationship between culture and the city. He was director of Copenhagen, European Cultural Capital of Europe, and after advised a lot of other cities like Aarhus, Helsinki, Stavanger, Sofia, and Bucharest in cultural questions focused to European scale questions. Well, and now I would like to ask Lisa Rücker for some words and to open our discussion.
Good morning to all of you. It's a big honor for me to welcome you, thank you, to this conference at this very special place in Graz, in the name of the city of Graz. As Werner already mentioned, I'm one of the city councillors, and for a long time, it's one of my also personal interests, how it's going on with Reininghaus. I want to welcome our guests from abroad, all the partners of In Situ. I want to welcome all other people who are coming to Graz, maybe the first time. I hope we will come back again. All the people who are working in Graz on different topics, especially I want to greet all the artists who are doing their very important work on a living in the future good living city. And especially I want to welcome Johann, because he's coming from that town where I was grown up. Salzburg is my first hometown. Now it's Graz since some years. Before I do some comments on the conference, I just want to do some comment on Werner Schrempf and the work of La Strada in Graz, because I think it's very important if we talk about the development of a city, and La Strada has always taken a very specific role on this. La Strada is, I would say, that festival in the city that is really known by all Graz people, and it's also a festival that is doing a program that meets visitors and an audience that is really very diverse. So people who have more or less income are coming, people young or old are coming, and La Strada is really doing a focus on spaces in town, also on spaces that are not known by Graz people in the beginning. So it's a long tradition of La Strada that you're helping us to find new spaces, new places in the city and to discover our town and unknown and not used spaces. And so it brings a good consciousness of our town to Graz people. And on the other hand, as you know, he is for a long term, he is with his team working together with international partners as you are on developing arts in a, I would say, role that's going over the artist's role. It's in a society developing view. You come together here to work about art and its impacts on our daily life. You want to work about art and its impacts on city development. And as a city councillor, I'm interested on what we can do, what should be the focus on if we want to develop sustainable spaces for the future. And one role of art, besides other roles, is to give us an imagination of that, how we could live in the future. So I think this combination of developing a city and interfere as artists in this development is one of the big chances to have a development that is sustainable and is a good basis for the next generations. Maybe we should ask, when we are talking about city development, what we actually love about cities. Why are they so culturally important? One answer is the diversity of the populations, bringing their different cultures of living, ideas and languages to the urban world. This mix keeps cities exciting and represents one of the great human achievements. I'm sorry, because I'm talking in English, I have to read some words. Usually I'm not reading, but I have to, that you can understand me. One of the most discussed things in daily urban life and politics is how we define our public spaces and how we use it. In urban parks, museums, theaters, cafes, and plazas, groups come together to define and enjoy the city. The attractiveness of a city is depending on the wealth of a city's public cultural life, past and present. How well it has been preserved and how much this complexity is imagined for the future. Cultural tourism, for example, brings not at least serious income to the city. To preserve the diversity and cultural richness that artists bring, cities of the future need to learn how to stop using up artists and then pushing them out. I'm talking about gentrification. I think for everybody of you, it's known and it's a long discussion we've got. And that's one reason why it was so important to interfere into the process of developing Reininghaus, initiated by the Grazer Kulturbeirat. It's a counseling board that is working together with the Councillor of Culture. In this space, it's me. And they brought the discussion about Reininghaus to a more holistic way. It's not the classical discussion about developing in city as we used. It's a more holistic way, and I'm very proud about the artists that are really doing a lot of thinking and also ideas bringing in them. And one of the Stadtdenkerinnen is also, the group that was built out of this is Werner Schrempf, and so it's a good combination of different activities that is shown up now. And the idea and process to call it Reiningherz is also mentioned here. It's just to bring the spirit in this space before people are living here. So the people, they come, have already an idea how living together could work in a space that is to define like this in a very new way. And in the end, I want to tell you in the view of the city of Graz, in the perspective of the city of Graz, it's one of the chances one city has got. Not so often, we just talked about it, because this is a real plain, a great area to develop, and the chance we've got to develop a mixed and diverse part of the city where people come and already get a feeling of what living together could be is a chance we have to take, and I guess the city of Graz takes it at the moment, and it's the right moment to discuss about it. So I wish you a good conference today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and the not interviews, and first speaker. Welcome to Graz, to you.
No, it doesn't work. shout. Everybody else the same raw materials as architects. He uses the stop the continuity. So it's also an exercise in trust. It's an exercise in engagement. It's an exercise in who owns the city, whose city is it, what rights do I have, and what rights will I take, and what authority will I have.
Nein, mit den Katzen habe ich gerade.
Rehearsed minutely, cannot be controlled as in a black box. It is not below word and is exact. It is, as Lisa said, one of the essentials of any city. Diversity.
Stop. Thank you.
So for entertainment and now 45 minutes of hard talking. Okay. If I can find my glasses. So. It's the next move. Hey? Were you bored this morning? Okay. Right. Okay. Yes, we are in a lovely space, a fantastic space, Reininghaus. But as many other spaces and spaces all the time, we should start in the beginning and actually ask ourselves what we are trying to do. And of course, we're trying to make this space into a place. And it's not exactly the same thing. Spaces are easy. Architecture is the definition of space, basically. So it's relatively easy to define space, but without meaning, it doesn't become a place. So how do we give space meaning? And from individual meaning, and we do that by experiencing space, experiencing something happening in that space, either a dialogue or hearing something or listening or doing something. That is giving it meaning. We remember it. It has a place. It has a definition. It becomes unique. It becomes part of us. It becomes part of us. And how then does that place become community, which means a common place? How does that sense of individuality, ownership, or being in a place become a communal act? And it's not an easy transition. It means we have to agree on the essence of this space, agree on the name, agree on the values, agree on the function, on the role of this. What are we together? What is our function in the city? And the interesting thing about places like this, of which there are many in Europe, the post-industrial space, this kind of no man's land in a way, but it's a process of transition. But the transition is not just here, because it is, as has been said, a major development. You cannot just relocate or attract 15,000 people and the city of Graz carry on as normal. It will tip. It will tip because this is the card that Graz is playing on which the future is written. This is a statement about what is leading the city into the future. This is its values. This is, it becomes all of a sudden very transparent about what the ambitions of this city are. So it's not just a quarter. It's not just an add-on. It is changing the city inside out. So that's more important. You have to gather all the forces of the city, all the positive forces, and take all the confrontations which are necessary to work through a process to define that, because by doing that, you're defining the future of Graz. Oh, this is going to take longer than I thought, actually. We'll see how far we get. But as Charles Landry says, and Charles Landry, for anybody who's working in urbanism probably knows, wrote the definitive book, The Creative City, in about 2000. Well, I said I said to him, I found the concept, and he disregarded that apparently. But anyway, he wrote the book, and that's what counts. He said we cannot build or even rebuild the city. We have to create or recreate the city. So of course it depends on exactly as you said, what is the city? In what terms do we describe the city? And Landry says that we have lost, or we have to guard the qualities of urbanity, and they must be protected and also increased. Intensity, variation, density, experiences,
freedom, chance, participation, social mix, creativity, knowledge, interculturality. But how do we plan for these? How do we plan for these? And at their best, great cities are great, creative, livable, self-sustaining places. Places of anchorage, places of possibility, places of connection and networking, places of self-realization, and places of inspiration. Those are, you might say, the goals of any city. There has been the last, well, I don't know, you can go back 20, 30 years, but particularly the last 15 years, a hard discussion on the new approaches we need to thinking about the city and redefining the city. And then from a point of view of urbanism, we're drawing right back now and taking an overview. And if I'm harsh on architects, it's because I think we're a small team and you're a big team. So, you know, when we're in there, we kick hard. So from the failures of traditional planning and urbanism, of which we don't have to write any more books about, but there is a feeling of increasing segregation and friction in the urban cities. There is a documented decline of public life in spaces over 50 years. In the Nordic countries, we've measured that the amount of time people use in public space hit a low at about 5 years ago and was 25% of the 1940s. So it shows that people don't have to go to the public squares anymore because they have shopping malls, because they have cars, because they have convenient sports centers, and so on and so on, and now because they have online shopping and whatever. So the need to go into the public square and be part of the city is not there. We're not forced to. We have to want to. We have to desire it. There has to be something which attracts us and makes us move. We have to change our daily life to go to the city to experience something. It's a completely different parameter. There's also the increased fascination of what we call the urban. We are all urban. We're all actually globally urban. And how this notion then becomes the performative city. Cities are performing. They're performing on the international scale. They're attracting things which show they perform, show their power, show their intelligence, show their greenness. They have events which are in the performative city. But we also see the city as a stage for the individual. The urban space is a stage for the individual and communities. And there are policies of instant architecture, temporary preparatory processes in urban regeneration work. The New York Times celebrated the fact that the United States, in the architectural Venice Biennale, had instant urbanism as its theme. Instant urbanism, said the New York Times, is a permanent condition. Instant urbanism is a permanent condition. Why do we still talk about temporary and permanent? In planning terms, permanent, there is no permanence. Some are more or less temporary than others. Everything has a sell-by date. Actually, we are not in the same town, the same city, as we were 400 years ago. So in a way, this idea of permanence and temporariness is something we have to look. And we've all noted the success of culture as a reviver of cities and an attraction. From the point of view of citizenship, there is a general, you might say, a growing lack of trust in political leadership. There's increased corruption in Europe. There's increased political extremism. And a counter to that, there is increased activism and protest movements, which are all basically on the street. These are street movements. These are, you might say, grassroots movements. So they're not formalized political processes. They're alternative processes. They are online communities and so on. So we need to find new models of citizenship to re-engage citizens and to reshare the responsibility between cities, i.e. local authorities, and civil society. These have to be negotiated in a new way. Otherwise, our system cannot be sustainable in the future. And we have become we have an increase in awareness of the social divisions in urban society. There is also a huge, you might say, wave in which the digital and social technologies, social media, have also increased our ability and ability to co-create. This is also then transferred to other sectors. So this is learning us how to co-create and how to work in another way. And this has to be then looked at from a city planning point of view as well. From an artistic practice, the artists are re-engaging, particularly since 2000, particularly also since the havoc of the 2008, you might say, where both the climate crisis, the financial crisis, and various riots in cities and so on have stimulated the fact that artists have a new agenda. They're not anymore distancing themselves from the society. They're asking how can they contribute to society. They're not trying to, might say, make a point of just criticizing, but also finding solutions. These are new movements, and particularly young generations of artists are not distancing at all. They want to re-engage with society. It's also a way of finding a new artistic format after the endless wanderings in postmodernism, which really didn't get us anywhere. So artists are often working as individuals in new artistic collaborations. Performing arts, urbanists, media often work together. And actually, art as a object has almost ceased to exist. Art is artistic practice, artistic communities, artistic processes. So we're talking about art in very, very different ways. And it's also searching after a new aesthetic platform. Street arts have grown up, professionalism, capacity development, and so on, and that's part of what you might say in situ is. And there's the locative media, social media, which adds another layer and makes the fact that no more form does not follow function. As architects used to say, form follows fiction more and more. So this is another reality, giving another way of looking at how you plan spaces and functions. They don't have to always fit together. And anyway, we're talking about hybrid functions and hybrid spaces and places. So Landry says we need a reflexive cultural planning, which at one and the same time takes into account the various differences in lifestyles and the need for free space and dialogue. The challenge of planning lies in the mobilization of the city's own resources, instead of mindlessly copying models and concepts which have been developed elsewhere. And if we look at how, you might say, the arts have been planned and connect with the city, we can see four sort of variations in how this is usually done. This is done. There's somewhat also a timeline. You might say planning for the arts is something born from the 60s and 70s, the provision of arts facilities and arts infrastructure. Then came the wave of iconic architecture and iconic cultural events, which were supposed to turn cities around in one neat grasp. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Then there's the creative cities approach, which looked at the emerging, you might say, new industries of design, of fashion, of architecture and so on, of music, and looked at this whole clustering of the creative class and this whole creative cities jargon. And there is cultural a movement towards arts policies seem to be a bit defunct now. There are very few cities which look at their arts provision and arts policy just as being a segment on its own. There are some who still hype the creative cities concept, but more and more the ethos of what you call cultural planning seems to be grounding, not only in places like the United States and Britain, Canada, Australia, but also many European countries, and particularly the Nordic countries where I happen to be working. So they were talking about planning with culture, not planning for culture. We're talking about planning for diverse lifestyles and subcultures. We're looking at cities as local spaces. We have a broad anthropological definition of culture, creativity as local resources, and strategic use of culture in community development. Franco Bianchini, who is a professor in Leeds of urban planning and one of the founders of this cultural planning ethos, proposes that the political mandate for culture is constantly changing and that now we are moving definitively from a planned to an activist culture. Planned to an activist culture. And this must be reflected in our planning models. He talks about destabilizing and deconstructing our planning models to take account of this. How do we do that without chaos? How do we do that without creating opposition and friction? So relating to the trends mentioned above, he advocates that cultural policy and strategies must take account of current challenges. So these are more complex and evolving situations require a more integrated, more adjustable planning and organization. And what is this, this phenomenon called cultural planning? It's a sort of an alternative to the traditional planning theory initiated in the late 80s, but only now it's, might say, it's come into fashion because the time is right. Basically, it's a humanistic approach, integrated, flexible, and a democratic. And in this concept of cultural planning, the notion of culture is stated as a broad, defining framework, and all, in fact, all-encompassing attempt to look at the city as a cultural phenomena, the city as a cultural phenomena. And cultural phenomena are characterized by fluid, interactive, developmental, and in constant communication. The city as a cultural phenomena is thus not just the infrastructure, but also the values, the beliefs, the traditions, the symbols, the stories, the people and the skills, the processes, the networks, and the communications of the city. And that's damn complicated. So, cultural planning can secure flexibility, short-term and temporary situations in a global urban context, where change is the normal status quo. Change is constant. Cultural planning is about increasing participation in cities to counter cultural division, divisions by function, and differences in status. What Richard Sennett, the great American sociologist, has called the divided city or the segregated city, which we have built during the 20th century. And if you look at, so you might see cultural policy is about 5 E's. And you can't choose one, you have to choose them all. The things which are demanded now politically by cultural policy are enlightenment, economic impact, environment, empowerment, and entertainment. Those are the 5 things which people now expect delivered via cultural policy and strategy. And in fact, you might say what we're talking about is that culture is not a sector, but culture is somehow permeating and involved in all these sectors and in an aspect of it. And arts, of course, is at the core of that. So it's complex, multi-layered, changing, dynamic, interrelated urban societies require more integrated analysis and management. And that was by Saskia Sassens, who happens to be the wife of the former Richard Sennett, and who wrote the book, The Digital City, and is maybe the most authoritative person on globalized cities. I think I'll skip that. It's too complicated. If we're looking at processes of cultural planning, it usually has this sort of scenario. There's a political mandate, and I've put times on here because it was a large project I did for the city of Aarhus in its preparation for the cultural capital, and a region. So it's quite a large area of 1.3 million people, and these are the time frames it required. But of course, these can be shortened. But just to give you an idea, a political mandate then is the most key aspect of this new approach, is this cultural mapping, which can be very, very intricate using different methods. Then from the mapping, of course, allowing people to develop visions and comment on visions and their own visions and community visions. And from that, develop prototypes for workshops, one-on-one projects, and then perhaps proposals. So those are the sort of time frames. And if you're looking at the thing about cultural mapping, and between each phase, there's usually a feedback to both participants, which you might say can be partners and citizens, and to the stakeholders, councils and boards. That's a kind of typical process of this socially driven, you might say, planning process. And if we look at cultural mapping, what that might include in such an exercise is, again, taking a concrete example of Aarhus. It was the first workshop with 176 participants, defined 10 themes, and that defined 22 other, you might say, neighborhoods. So from the themes, we went to 22 neighborhoods, and then we actually created some mapping projects. And there were 40 to 50 individual mapping projects of all types. Then there was a presentation and documentation. So it's quite an involved process, but it gives not only information, it engages people, and it also gives authority and consensus, and it presents you with ideas and proposals one would never otherwise have got. And we did that. Basically, you might say the constant factor was a mobile glass container, which was put up in various parts of the city, and that was a kind of mobile think tank. So it was important to visualize this open door policy and not just expect people to come, but also engage them in their surroundings and their environment and so on. So it became a sort of a common workspace. If we're looking at, I won't go into that anyway. No. Right. So what are the links between artistic action and urban change? But actually in itself, artistic action, cultural action is urban change. Public space is the meeting point of urban society and thus the key to many issues. Urban, social, environmental strategies and agendas often start there. But the first thing is it can help build a new identity. It can help create an awareness of the city and increase sense of identity and ownership based on authentic personal experience, artistic events, conceptual art, urban rituals, and so on. It can help to develop the ability to vision, to dream, the ability to develop narratives which can help people conceive of future lifestyles, social structures, role-playing, visualization. It can lead to a new appreciation of the city. It can take people to unknown sites, places, making hidden aspects of the city public, expanding citizens' awareness of the city. It can highlight qualities of the city or the neighborhoods which might be lost or which could be used or the lack of. It can give new vantage points, access to closed buildings, rooftop views, and so on. It can address stigmatized places and communities which are perceived who's going to finish that? At a loss of, or whatever. And it can reappropriate public space, questioning accessibility, openness, ownership, privatization, commercialization of the public space, and so on. It can enable public action and activity as a legitimate, necessary part of social urban development. And it can support design processes of urban spaces, exploring concrete formats, testing events, projects, prototypes in urban space. So the urban space becomes at the core of any, you might say, arts strategy which might be relevant for the future city. And the public space is there where agendas collide. And it's become, actually, someone, you said it yesterday, the gentleman in the front row, the living room of our communities. You said it yesterday. And it's more than the living room. It is also the back room, it's also the kitchen, it's also the greenhouse, it's also whatever of our urban life. It's there where we want to perform for each other and show each other what to do. And this, so it's where new urban strategies and greening strategies meet, attracting tourism, searching for new artistic arenas, more urban life and social life, revival of the street as political arena for protest, media, searching for new audiences, and so on and so on. So this seems to be the crux. The question is, does one define a place like this as an urban space? Or is it a private area for a private development? I think that's one of the issues we would like to talk about. Engaging the community, it can give platforms for reflection, involvement, empowerment, relating to local stories, involving communities in research and material, etc. It gives them a vehicle to actually play with. And it gives them knowledge and systems to use. It can investigate the potential of communities and gather material in the processes of change, cultural mapping. It can create urban rituals. I think the fact that artists are incredibly good at communicating and incredibly good at visioning and able to relate to, on the one hand, people's reality and daily life, and on the other hand, maintain a visionary approach, is that which allows them to the community, and they have credibility. I think they're one of the few groups in society who can still claim to have credibility intact. And they can also, of course, be used strategically, be used in inverted commas, which is sometimes the case, but also they can use themselves in cultural, you might say, strategic actions, exploring in what you call liminal zones of conflict. And I think this is important because if you play out conflicts in a cultural arena, it's positive. If you play them out in a political or a religious or an economic arena, they can be very disastrous. So playing out the scenarios of conflict in any society in a cultural situation, which is what people do on the stage basically, is a good thing. But if you can actually extend that to working with whole societies and working not just role playing, but having people actually enact that, it becomes very, very powerful. So issues of intercultural conflict, issues of social exclusion, generational issues can be addressed. And it develops cultural fora and networks which are sustainable and which use cultural events and so on, ongoing support. And it creates an awareness in the decision makers. Artists are very good at putting things very specifically and concretely on the line that can be understood. They're very good at being critical in a positive way. Critical because it's not just coming with the good ideas, but also shouting in protest. And that's very important, that there is a voice which needs to be heard, and it's a voice which hopefully reflects what has usually been forgotten. And they can support ongoing urban processes by being institutions or activities rooted in a place. Professor Bishop has written a book called The Contemporary City. He was the former mayor of London's head of design. They made him into they made a design section to look at the overall design of the city of London, and his conclusions were to talk about the temporary city. London was losing its sense of temporary. Everything was being regulated, everything was being developed, and it was financed that it was ruining the city. So he talked about what have urbanists been so focused on permanence, what changes are driving temporary urbanism, are temporary uses a manifestation of a more dynamic, flexible, adaptive urbanism? If so, how should our planning processes be adapted? So he looked at the idea of the temporary is not just the idea of a one-night stand. Of course, they are positive forces of change, delight and inspires, challenge parameters, act of hope, act of defiance, and so on and so on. And the pop-up, and in Paris, and farmers markets, and in Detroit. And he talks very much about the need to have curate, stimulate. This was his design brief. Curate, stimulate, design, manage. It was the curate, stimulate that was missing. They'd always had the manage and design, but he wanted to curate and stimulate. And he saw the link between the temporary and the permanent, not as the top section, where the temporary, it may be artists, it may be communities that just do something and then have to move on because the permanent is in place, financed. But he actually saw it as two linked processes. The temporary may become permanent, the permanent may be just temporary. The one feeds the other, and you get a far more integrated system. And we have to look at possibilities like that. And there is also zones of tolerance. He talked about zones of tolerance when we could try out things. And you can see the scale of the art and the scale of the reality. But actually, it's the juxtaposition, it's the difference, which actually creates the tension and gives the room for negotiation, and not just things which are like the real. So another example of working in a very different way is Kirsten Bergendahl, who worked for 5 years with a housing estate in Sweden. She was appointed as an artist in residence for 5 years and was given the powers of what usually is given to the manager of urban regeneration project. So she was actually able to, as an artist, control regeneration. And it was a very, very different process, but a very fruitful process, working out how to do that. Another Nordic design company has always worked with very, very complicated urban issues and make analysis. But on the side, they always do one thing before they start. They build. They build in a space where people can see them build, that the architects have not yet forgotten how to use a saw, how to use a hammer, how to construct something, and invite people in. So actually, they are working in the community and not just designing for builders who build for the community. So this acceptance of having to build a common platform is taken very literally, that you find that this then is the first facility they provide in those planning processes. It has to be something new, it has to be something shoddy and make-believe and so on. Very easy stuff, but it's very, very important. Then there's a project like, am I going to do this? Yeah, 10. Then there's a project between landscape and body, and this is the city of Køge, which has allocated 100 million, which is 15 million euros, to inviting artists to work in a pre-development process. They have stopped the development of the area for 3 years, so that the 3 years can be used for creating projects which are run by artists and architects and designers together to find models for the future. They have in a way deferred the permanent and hope that the practical processes will generate, where they look very much at the materials and very much at the views and very much at the, you might say, the work to inspire the artists. So the artists are working alongside the architects, who are paid 3 years to lie dormant and not to design, but to actually follow the processes. So that is another strategy which is taking off. The Roskilde Festival is a festival of 40,000 people. And the Roskilde Festival is so important for the festival and has created such wonderful experience. It is a temporary city for 5 days. So the politicians decided to use the experience of a temporary city for 5 days over 30 years to build their new city. So they invited the festival to actually take charge of the new development of this space, which is very much like this space here, and give them architects and designers and engineers to work with and develop something. And they have wonderful designers of their own, and they build constructions which are, of course, ephemeral. They last 5 days, but it's the same vision which drives. So they have 78,000 paying guests at this festival, and they have lots of experience of how to create communities, how to create a sense of belonging. So this is a very radical idea of how you might, it's not even going fast enough now, I'm trying to skip. Come on. Right, okay. So plan as little as possible, as much as necessary. This is the plan is the result of actions, negotiations and projects. The leave possibility is open for further development. Democracy is not only formal, but becomes livened through openness and participation in a continuous qualifying process. Support the actions in the city rather than regulate from a distance. Create an atmosphere where actions are appreciated and claim is not always consensus. Aesthetics are formed through activities and hybrid spaces of oppositions in homogeneity, aspiration, disorder, and unfinishedness. Create a sense of the potential of the place and show urbanity. So that is the official framework for designing a city for 20,000 people. A professor of planning in Utah University called Nan Ellen talks about the city in flow, integral urbanism for a new era. And the last decade we've talked about. And we've talked about that. But she talks about integral urbanism, hybridity, connectivity, porosity, authenticity, vulnerability as the 5 qualities of the city of the future. Hybridity is escaping from fixed typologies. Connecting is, you can work it out. Porosity preserves the integrity of the action and allows access. Authenticity draws in identities and material from social, cultural, urban. The result is a city in flow. Flow is the intense experience between boredom and overstimulation, immersion, awareness, sense of harmony, meaning, and being well. Integral urbanism veers away from master planning and proposes more punctual interventions that have a tentacle effect or a domino effect. This is a key to a new kind of cultural urbanism, which is ecological and cultural in its way of thinking. Urban cultural planning for the post-crisis and the 21st century. And she says, such places are not planned, they are conceived, nurtured, programmed, choreographed. So, last series. Placemaking, pop-up architecture, and all the rest of the stuff you can see there are things which are in our vocabulary, but which are neither planning nor art, or they're planning and architecture and art. They're in-betweens, they're both or, they're both. So we actually have a new hybridity. We actually have a meeting place, which is not any statutory, you might say, process, but which has come from the grassroots, which has come from young architects and artists, and which is defined by the need of the times, where planning and artistic methods overlap, collide, and possibly interweave a new language. So what does one need for an approach like this to work in a place like this? One needs a time frame for transition and an incremental approach. Perhaps no deadlines, perhaps no time scale where things are finished, things are never finished. One needs a balanced power structure where developers, the city, and users have a framework, perhaps like the framework there is in Holland, where they have three-part agreements between the developers, the cultural sector, the users, and the community, and the developers. And these are often for 15 years, in which the city goes in and guarantees the rents and guarantees the control of the space. So developers are able and willing to let people in their structures. Informal relationships must be supported within a protective framework. It's impossible to do things like this in a formal framework alone, but they can provide a protection, an outer skin for the informal relationships. And a financial framework which is not too demanding, i.e. long-term investment, public and private investment, finding who takes responsibility for what. And the resources and willingness to allow for a period of mapping, testing, gathering information, and sensing. Sensing using film, and so on and so on. A period of visioning where mobile, intimistic structures and events can also give the project appeal, communicate, and give hands-on processes. The new neighborhood is not an extension of the city, but also should change the city itself. We mentioned that. So this, what might be, or what is the DNA of this place? Where to start? Let's forget past, present, future, and develop memory, sensing, fiction. Form does not follow function anymore. Form follows fiction. Let's start with places of imagination rooted in reality. Let's rethink the grass. And for God's sake, don't make a city park like that. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Come on. Right. Now we have Lisa. She's going to be back on the stage. I think you're sitting on the first chair. Then we have Susanna Pachakova. Susanna, are you here? Good. Would like to come forward. Artistic Director, Festival of the White Knights, Košice 2013, which is European Capital of Culture. Then we have Johan, who was here yesterday and spoke yesterday. Johan Paduch, from the City Councillor from the City of Salzburg. Then we have Ernst Reiner, Institute of Urban Planning, who was also here yesterday, and the moderator. Thank you for coming. Then we have Markus Bogensborger. Yes? Director of Haus der Architektur. And then we have Rob and Jerome, two of our artists who are working with sound and music. And from the Netherlands, would you like to come and join the panel? Okay.
Yes, and then we also welcome the Vice Mayor of the City of Graz, Mrs. Martina Schreck.
Ah, okay, right. Where are you there? Are you want to come and join us? Are you sure? Okay, you just take notes then, and we'll ask you if you understood at the end. Okay. So Right. Well, I know it's written here very dogmatically. It's written that what place does public art have in the daily lives of citizens? Which places are private and public? But of course, we can be a bit broader than that. You don't have to all say the same thing to the same question. So if you want to expand a bit on that, that's absolutely fine. But of course, it would be good to talk about the role of art in the city and for the citizens. I mean, that is obviously a good starting point, but of course, expand on it how you want. So maybe just an opening statement, a couple of minutes, or whatever you feel like, to get some agendas on, and then we'll come back and go at it a bit. Is that all right? And have you got the microphone? Yes. And is it on? Yes. Okay. And you know exactly what to say. No?
I hope so. I hope so.
Yes, it's okay. All right.
Thank you for your very good summary of all those complex questions we have to deal if we want to go into a cultural planning. So there were some ideas. And I want to pick up one word I was thinking of. And I want to come from a feministic perspective on the topic neighborhood and the interference of public space and private space. As feminist theoreticals and people who have worked with this know, there was one word that was said, public and a private is of public interest. And what I'm thinking about is the space between private and public, because we are talking about an area where we are building neighborhood. And one of the topics politicians, especially on a municipality area, are confronted with conflicts. And if there are possibilities and chances to learn how to deal with conflicts, it's the neighborhood where you can have the first possibilities to deal with the conflicts, because a city is constructed of conflicts and we have to find ways to deal with it. We will not bring them to disappear, but we will have to find solutions. So I will talk about the space between private and public space. This is the space, the foregarden. It's the space before the door of the flat. It's the space in the inner space between the houses. We call it Innenhof. It's the space. Maybe it's also the space in the car. Maybe it's also the space in the internet, because it's also very transition. It's always a transition between private and public. If it's possible to make or to build smooth transition spaces between public and between private and public space, I guess it will be possible to create places, as you told, as the difference between spaces and places, where people have the possibility to decide if they want to interact or not. I'm talking about the little sitting place before your flat. If it's possible, because the fire police is always talking about that it's not possible to have some furniture out of the flat, but if it's possible to have space between, to act in the real public, it's necessary to have the possibility, if you want, to act with your neighbor. And that's also a possibility if you plan houses, if you plan spaces, if you plan surroundings of livinghood, of future livinghood, to think about this question. That's just one idea I want to bring in, and I think that a cultural planning has a better chance to see this, because we are talking about behavior, we are talking about interacting, we talk about communication, and it's not a technological way how we can solve it. We have to think about also what you mentioned, the flowing,
Yeah.
and the possibility to have how would I describe it in English? Die Möglichkeit, sich einzumischen oder nicht, hineinzubegeben oder nicht und das immer wieder neu entscheiden zu können. To have a
So you mean
possibility,
a kind of respect for the values of the place, or
Yes.
the identity of the place? Yeah.
and to have the possibility to close the door or
Yes.
to have it
Yes.
open.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
to let the door
Yeah.
open
Yeah.
is a possibility,
Yeah.
the same. And if this is, and that's also built on trust
Yeah.
and all the
Good.
things you
Yeah. Good.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
that's the end.
That's good.
Okay,
Yeah. Thank you.
for the first time.
First of all, I have to say I have to speak in German because my
Yeah.
English is really not tough enough
Okay.
for this discussion.
Okay.
Second, our timetable is destroyed, so we have to leave at latest in 20 minutes from here. Und um jetzt ins Deutsche zu wechseln, möchte ich auch noch vorausschicken, dass ich ein sehr kunstaffiner Mensch bin, aber letztlich keine Ahnung davon habe. Was ich kann, ist Ihnen berichten über 2 Projekte in Salzburg, ein eher sehr spektakuläres, mit sehr viel Diskussion, mit sehr viel Konflikt, mit sehr viel Widerspruch, aber auch ein sehr herkömmliches, wenn man so will. Also dieses Projekt ist ein privat finanziertes von der sogenannten Salzburg Foundation, heißt heute Walk of Modern Art und hatte in einem 10-jährigen Programm das Ziel, jedes Jahr ein Objekt, ein Kunstwerk eines international bekannten Künstlers auf einem speziellen Ort oder für einen speziellen Ort in Salzburg zu produzieren und aufzustellen. Das ist heute ein Walk of Modern Art.
You just
Yeah.
stop for a
Yeah.
second. Okay. So first of all, I would like to say that I like culture very much, but I have absolutely no idea about it. I would like to talk about 2 projects in Salzburg, 2 spectacular projects that came with a lot of discussion, conflict, and contradiction. And this is a privately financed project called the Walk of Modern Art. The idea was to produce and to show 1 object per year in a period of 10 years.
Ja, und wir haben heute 12 Objekte insgesamt stehen auf verschiedenen Plätzen. Es begann mit Mario Merz, die Ziffern im Wald, es ging weiter mit Amsel Kiefer am Max-Reinhardt-Platz, es folgte die Mariana Abramovic, wir haben ein Werk von Stefan Balkenhol, wir haben auch von österreichischen Künstlern Werke stehen, von Brigitte Kowans beispielsweise, ein sehr wirklich schönes Projekt, das an den Tod vieler Kriegsgefangener, die für die Zwangsarbeit lukriert waren, erinnern soll am Staatsbrückenkopf. Bei jedem dieser Objekte gab es einen irrwitzigen Aufstand in der Stadt, sowohl in der politischen Diskussion als auch mit der Bürgerschaft und innerhalb der Bürgerschaft, aber letztlich konnten wir mit viel Diskussion dieses Projekt realisieren.
So today we have 12 objects showed on different places and squares in the city of Salzburg. One of which, for instance, memorizes the death of a lot of war prisoners. Each of these projects was opposed violently in politics and in public, but finally we managed to agree and to set up this show.
Das zweite Projekt ist ein deutlich weniger spektakuläres, passt aber besser in den Kontext, den wir jetzt gerade die letzte halbe Stunde gehört haben. Es ist ein Projekt, das ich so interpretiere, dass Kunst auch zur Ergänzung oder zur Korrektur bestimmter urbaner Bereiche eingesetzt werden kann. Und zwar haben wir in Salzburg ja in den letzten Jahren das Stadtwerk realisiert, ein sehr komplexes, sehr urbanes Stadtquartier mit sehr viel Arbeitsplätzen und sehr viel Wohnungen. Und im Nachhinein wurde ein Wettbewerb ausgeschrieben für Kunst im Stadtwerk und gewonnen hat nicht ein bestimmtes Objekt oder eine bestimmte Installation, sondern gewonnen hat ein Konzept für einen Prozess, der gemeinsam mit den Bewohnern und den Nutzern des Areals umgesetzt werden soll und bei dem es darum geht, das, was als Defizit erlebt wird, zu wenig Grün, zu wenig Buntheit, zu wenig Sichtbarkeit der unterschiedlichen Kulturen, die in diesem Areal leben, das im Nachhinein umzusetzen, und die ersten Schritte werden in Kürze erfolgen, und das geht von der Anlegung von Lavendelfeldern über Wandteppiche an den Außenfassaden und dann von den Balkonen bis zu Stuhlinstallationen im öffentlichen Raum. Also ein sehr spannendes Projekt, aber deutlich weniger spektakulär als das erste.
The second project is a little bit less spectacular, but it probably meets today's topic much better. And this focuses on art as a mean to correct urban areas. For instance, the service center in Salzburg was finished. It offered a lot of jobs, offered a lot of flats. But then after the service center has been opened, there was a tender named Art in Service Center. And the winner was a concept that realized together with tenants and users, in cooperation with the tenants and users, to set up an art project whose goal it was to point out the cultural mix and to create more green zones with the help of beds, chairs in public areas, carpets on walls, and similar things.
Yes, well, Mr. Travis, you have shown us at the beginning that the heart of the city is the public spaces. And I would like to speak with the experts here now, how it's possible that we could mobilize the different artists from the cities and the power from the city to engage the people and the citizens by building up new areas like a Reininghaus here. I think we have to combine this dynamic power of the citizens to build up a new quality of city development. And maybe we have to open our mind in the traditional way of thinking of urban planning. Maybe we have to open our mind in a new way to build up a network to involve the citizens by this process. That would be my statement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we initially had the task to have a 3-minute statement, and starting with a personal view why we are interested in the Reininghaus project. So I'll try to keep in this framework. Yeah, yeah. But I think that also the Reininghaus initiative, and it's also my the driving force, is that we think that Reininghaus is really big enough to have some impact on this area, on Graz. Yeah. And if we, for myself, I like to live here. I love to live in Graz. Yeah. So I think, but this could be a spot which adds some energy, which is we are still lacking. Yeah. And this is a very interesting point in my view. And basically, I think that we all just have to do what you stated in your great lecture. Yeah. This is everything is. You mentioned everything we should do in a way, but I don't think that we the professional audience is aware of these things. Yeah, cultural plannings from the architectural community, nobody thinks about this in a way. Yeah? And if we think about Graz, we are just trying to establish smart cities, yeah, which is already dead in a way, yeah. And we're trying to be a creative city, which is also ridiculous in a way. So there's a lot of work to do in this sense, I think, and it's very interesting. Also, if you look at it from a historic point of view, yeah, how urban planning and design evolved over hundreds, thousands of years. Yeah, we don't have a kind of theory of urban design at the moment.
No.
It's stopped in the late 70s, early 80s when the modernist project was skipped or proved to have failed. And Rem Koolhaas said in 1995, whatever happened to urbanism, and nothing followed really. Yeah, and the kind of cultural planning evolved from an architectural point of view, not from an artistic artist point of view, around 2000. Also, the in situ development is also in this kind of time frame. Yeah, but it's still in a not. Maybe you showed examples which work, but it's still not got touch with the other world, with the world of regulations and methods and these kind of things, which it has to connect someday, because otherwise it's just a special feature of some people who are powering themselves out in a way. So this is a very interesting question from our point of view. Thank you.
So maybe I can speak about the Slovakian public art model, because this topic is a very new topic in Slovakia, because the citizens and the city before 2014 and before to have the title of a European Capital of Culture were not able or not used to speak about public art and public space. So the project of European Capital of Culture in 2030 was really concentrated and based on this topic, because we must to make a lot of reconstructions of public space, of public parks, public places, and also to build a new cultural infrastructure in the city. But I think that there was not a lot of dialogues with the citizens, and we have now some barrier between the city, the culture operators, and the citizens. Because now we have a lot of nice spaces, but I think the people don't know to use it. And for example, we must to organize a lot of basic actions in the public space, like picnics in the park. It must be some events, because the people don't know that they can go to the park and have some picnics. So we are really in the based of development of the public space. So there are different topics, I think, in our situation. But we can see the real changement after in this period, and it's for that we organize a lot of festivals in public space, and there are real work with the artists and architects and sociologists who try to explain the importance of a public space, and we must to show the different modes to use it and to keep it that like a private space, because the people prefer to be enclosed in the private space and not use the public space. So we must to work on this topic.
Hello, I'm Rob. I'm a composer, and this is my colleague Jeroen. I'll explain a little bit why we are here. We are composers. Many years back, we wrote music for a concert hall, you could say. But over the years, we transformed actually to doing pieces in public space. So it's more like we were getting more involved in creating situations which are more realistic, while a concert hall is a setup. And while doing this movement, we created installations and performances in public space, which closes the differences between this art form and the reality. And so we create installations where people have to walk through, where sound is all around you. So we actually are planning an urban space, but then from the music and the sound spectrum. And so we have done a lot of research by doing these installations, and now we are invited here by Werner to do an installation, and it's already here. It's virtual. You can walk it. And what we also did in this transformation is we changed the relationship with the community, with the inhabitants, with our public. And we did that by interviewing them, and we are using this material to write music. So we record it, and the spoken word is part of our music. And this way we kind of can recreate a city, and all the ideas and perspectives that lie under the surface, we bring them up. So now when you walk around here, you'll hear music, and you'll hear different stories of people about this environment. And added with music, thus emotion is a very powerful tool to have people make more, well, have a different consciousness about what's possible.
Good. I think I'd like to just take that as a point of departure and talk about, and as you say, Lisa, there is private space, there's public space, but there's this in-between space. And the in-between space is transitional sometimes, and it's sometimes also a community space, but it's defined by the act of people or the constant use of them, and it has somehow, it is their territory. So we can also talk about spaces as being territories, where those territories are either protected or open or dominated or whatever. But it is a power thing, it is a user's thing, and it's a thing about rights. You have the rights, they may be written down, but you have the front. In the old days, in the olden days, and we can talk about that, before so many cars, when kids used to play in the street. That was an obvious thing which you don't do now because it's a public space. But before, actually, it was the neighborhood say it was our street. So, I mean, these kind of definitions do change with time. And I think that's also something which is relevant. What you were saying, Susanna, is because there is no in-between space. There is no sense where you are comfortable, and you're not comfortable to be in the agoraphobia of the outdoor space, because there are video cameras, because you have the memory of how things used to be and used to be photographed, and you just didn't go outside where you didn't speak freely. So there's this legacy which you can't get rid of. There is no intermediary space which you can create together. And these spaces are the most potential, and they're also spaces of negotiation, because there you negotiate, and you have to negotiate on being a citizen. What do you accept, what you don't accept, what times, how noisy it is, and whatever. And these are things which is not written down, but it develops around a practice, an acceptance, and an acceptance of diversity or whatever. So this is the most interesting, the most dynamic spheres actually in the city. More of these spaces, these transitional zones. And I think what you're saying is that these spaces also can be curated, they can be adapted, they can be formed, and they can be given meaning. For example, by the work you do, which is actually giving this place meaning and reflection another level. So in all, because those are, you might say, territories which are taken over by artists for a time and given another meaning, and in a way you protect them or you establish them as being something else, a platform, a voice. I'd like to come back to you. So this idea, do you have, and what I'd like to ask you in a way is, do you in your cultural planning or your cultural plans also have spatial plans for culture, or is it institutions and art forms, or do you actually work with spatial plans in your cultural planning?
Thank you. It's a good possibility to discuss at this place Reininghaus, because here we make, for me, because I'm not so long for cultural affairs responsible for this topic, but for me it's the first possibility to make this Erfahrung, an experience, thank you, experience to try to make a planning that is a cross-planning between interdisciplinarity, and this is what is now the Stadtdenkerinnen Reiningherz is one of the first, for me it's an experiment in Graz at a very, when it will happen here and when it will bring a good result, it will be really very important for the whole city, because here this is a space that's the most famous space where we can do something. So I think it's very important that we have different views on it. If you mean, if that's what you mean. And I think there is a possibility at the moment in Graz. And and what my role is to give a framework and to give it together. And so we have to talk a lot, but it's going on in this case.
And the architecture is not usually, and design not usually in the brief of the cultural sector. Somehow it gets lost because it's also an industry, or it's also urbanism. But do you have actually a brief for architecture and design within the cultural plan? Because public art is both architecture, because depending what it is, it's also art, and it's actually also environment. But where does public art fit in your structure? Or would it be possible to make because that might be a good point, to make a separate, you might say, commission or whatever on the role of public art, and develop public art in the context both of architecture and urbanism, but also in the context of art. So how does public art fit into your decision making, and do you have a policy for public art, and do you have funds for it?
I think it's something that is in the moment of being built now, because if you're talking with Markus from the House of Architecture, they are involved. So this is a discussion that's just going on now, how it can be a future option to make new processes in the future in a new way. So I don't know what will be the result, but I think you discuss a lot of it. And as I see, the program of HDA is also a program that's dealing with questions of art and vice versa. So it's not a sectoral thinking that's going on, and that's the main thing, that it's intersectional, and then maybe the result can be an intersectional space of living.
Ernst, do you want to say something?
We have, my opinion is that it's not easy in Austria to build up this open network, this open strategies for city development, because we have no tradition in this way. Maybe we have seen it by the Scandinavian cities, also like Copenhagen or so, that the involvement, the citizen involvement, also the involvement of the cultural activities in the cities, this is a tradition. And maybe we have to see to this traditions. Maybe we have to learn, because we have always in Austria traditional chambers of architecture and so on. And this is not a dynamic background for a city. You have made the mention at the beginning at the domino effect. The domino effect is a dynamic effect. Maybe I miss here for the city in the western part of Graz, maybe the competition of ideas. We have to open all minds. Not only a traditional universities and so on. We have to open all minds. Maybe we have started the smart city project here in Graz is different to all other projects here in Austria, because we have installed in the planning process a city lab to open the mind of the citizens. But it's on the beginning, and it's the first step. And my opinion is that we have to make other steps and to build up a network, and maybe we have to build up the possibility to combine with other networks here maybe in Graz, maybe also with networks in Europe.
Would you like to say something?
Yeah, the state of Styria, for example, has an institute for public art, which do a great job in a way. But the things they are doing are not politically intentional in a way, because it's not also their mission. Yeah, so they can't develop or place political or social political issues, because it's not their agenda in a way. Yeah, so we don't have this. It's almost a little bit looking back the art which is produced in public places. Yeah, not trying to bring new intentions into the discourse.
Well, it's often the case with you might say official public art. It is very difficult to be other than either retrospective or high quality, and it tends to become very representational and traditional. But yes, of course.
I have just one small sentence about the role of politics in this process. Yeah. When we started to discuss that Reininghaus development can be interfered with cultural aspects, the first idea in the answer were, okay, we will make some art in public space there. Yes, the first answers. And to get to the step that it's not a question of some sculptural things in the public space here, it's just the involvement into how it will be built, how it will be, also how the decision is made about the power here, also how it will be installed. Wie die Machtstrukturen oder wie die Strukturen hier ausschauen. Also it is more, yes, the power structure, that it's necessary to think in all decisions about the cultural impact and not only about art as sculptural form. And the other thing is that arts has to have its space in a temporary way, as you already mentioned, and also in a long-term way. So these are the two perspectives, and in the political discussion, it's very important to have this as chance, and not only to talk in the end about some artworks for having space.
Clear.
Here.
I mean, it's clear when I talk about art in public space, it's all kinds of art. It can be also digital art, it can also be soundscapes, it can also be interventions, it can also be whatever. So we're talking we're also talking artistic processes, as you say.
It's about the process.
It's about process of creation.
Yes,
it's creating in public space. It's creating something new. So I think I think that terminology could certainly be part of a public art, you might say, criteria or domain.
It's experimental form of planning.
Yes,
that's the way.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Just
Tell me
a
one
few
sentence
words,
from the audience. We've forgotten you were there. Sorry.
Just
I was
a few
told
words
no questions.
Concerning the money, because it was very important for Lisa to have some money from the investors for culture. And so, as I told you yesterday, we made these contracts with the developers and with the investors. And we have this regulation that we get €2 per square meter for culture belongings. So if someone builds about 40,000 square meters flats, we get 80,000 euros, or 160,000 for an area like this. It's free for what
and when you say
initiative.
We get it, who gets it?
It's the cultural department.
And what do you do
who
with
is
that
responsible?
Money?
And as a politician, Lisa Rücke will be responsible what they do with the money. So they are free, but they have to pay. Just your question for belonging the money.
Have you also got a percentage of the land use which should be reserved for cultural, you might say, functions in the long term?
I would tell in the next session, we have a large public space. And there it should be, or in front of the house, or also it's all accepted, also in the same public space, semi-public space. But they are free.
Yeah, but what about the the built areas? Do you have a percentage there about the usage?
Yes, of
to
course.
To safeguard that some cultural activities can find their base here?
The investors are also free to put the money in their houses if they want, but it has to be accepted from the cultural department.
So it's no.
In the competition.
So it's no. The answer is no?
No.
All right, okay.
There are no percentages. There are no percentages at the moment, but there are areas we are talking about that they are preserved for cultural activity, and we are talking with the investors about these specific spaces already.
Because
for production, for presentation, for concerts, for all these things we are talking about. But it's one of the aspects.
Yeah. But it could be, it's quite normal to build in both a percentage of the square meters, but also at a reduced rate, because the advantage is here. You have an owner who's going to keep the area and rent it. So he can also calculate on the rents, and he can also make rents which are not just market driven, but actually, and not just subsidize social housing, but actually you can subsidize also particular kind of users. So you actually support your cultural policy by allowing cultural institutions in at a lower rate, for example. I mean, there are different ways. Are we running on? We are over time now. I'm sorry. Does anybody? You want to say a last? Yeah, come on, go for it. Yeah.
Maybe I hope that this discussion is the beginning of this strategies here for the western part of the city of Graz. Maybe it's the possibility to start this network from this point up. I hope that it would be the starting point for this for the future of this.
All right. Well,
part of the city.
We'll see at the end of the day. If there's anybody left. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, we have a very short coffee break. We may start talking while you're drinking coffee. All right, I think we need to get started now. That's better. All right, you can take your coffee or your drink with you, I'm sure. And I think Pierre is ready. Pierre Sauvageau, who is our president. I'm not quite sure how many presidents there are in France, but quite a few important people. Okay, we need to get on with this. Otherwise, there's not going to be any lunch. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Pierre Sauvageau is the director of Lieux Publics, which is one of the French national centers of arts in the public space. He's also a composer, and he's also a festival director, and goodness knows what else. But he is an old friend of Graz, he told me. He has performed here, or his works have performed here 7 times. So when he shows you some of the images I think he's going to, you'll probably recognize them. But he will come in, he will be more specific about how such a center can develop relations with a city and how it can work on projects, not just singular events, but as longer time processive, artistic, creative processes in cities. So Pierre, it's up to you. Do you want this, or are you going to speak into that?
No, I speak.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, thank you. Great. So, this switch. So, I wanted to have some words to all those questions of art and public space, maybe to a common question. It's really an European topic and really European questions, and it's why probably we are decide to really work in a European level with this in situ network. But first, for beginning, just to remember, I perform a lot of times personally in Graz, in La Strada, and La Strada is an incredible loyal partner for my own artistic works. Maybe I will not speak about those projects. I will finish with one. But maybe you remember the harmonic field was in Schöckel 2 years ago, I think. It was an incredible event, crazy moment where a festival of street art, usually performing inside the town, decide to follow me in the mountain at 30 minutes at less for the citizens. It was an incredible moment. So some words about Lieux Publics. Lieux Publics, the name is a French name from public space. The name is Lieux Publics, and it's a Creation National Center, and it's quite an institution, a public institution, because it was mandated by especially by the French Ministry of Culture, but also all the local authorities, and of course by the European Commission with this in situ network. And it's a specialty of Lieux Publics, direct by an artist, but all the other national centers are not direct by the artist. So to be very precise, it's really a place for welcome artists. They can have a lot of possibilities to work, for rehearsal, for building, for thinking, for writing. It's an incredible place we have now with a lot of different places really done for artists. It's very useful now because we had another place, but now we change and we are inside a common place. The name is Cité des Arts de la Rue, Street Art City, and it's a place who belongs to the city of Marseille. But it's a lot of different structure, and some are public, like Lieu Public, some are private, and it's really it's on a very poor neighboring, and the north part of Marseille, and maybe if you know Marseille, all the north part, it's kind of peri-urban zone with 300,000 people living here on just big suburbs without any village, with any centers, just commercial centers, but it's very poor place, and of course very multicultural. And one also interest of the Cité aux Arts Rue, we are cross the fair. It's maybe the first European school for art and public space, and the fair is now directed by the former coordinator of In Situ. So everybody in the network know him very well, and we really that we change quite a lot, because that means the In Situ network is able also to work especially with emerging artists, and to mix the question of support artists, but also to help art to emerge. And the Cité aux Arts de la Rue is kind of life of tone, a little bit like here, but it's really, of course, very interesting for artists when they are working, because they are not a really town, but they can work on a place. There's some streets, some places, some courtyard, a lot of place they can really try their own project. Maybe it's interesting to also to something a little common like this situation. The idea was really to link creation and creativity. So the private sector and the public sector, because they have a lot of things to do together, artists and architects or people thinking about the city, and it's really interesting to have them together on the same place, because it's a lot of links are possible. But now, what's the interest to have a creation center? Because of course it costs some money. I heard the discussion of the money begins just 10 minutes ago. So of course that it's a cost, but it's really different. You have here an incredible summer festival, La Strada, a high-level festival, but with the Creation Center, you can really work the whole year and develop a lot of other things. You can have long-term projects with communities, because when you work with people, you need time. And summertime is not always the best time. You have also possibility to involve artists on the urban regeneration. I will speak a little bit after. And also, you can have a good support to the artists. That means artists opt in the European level, and they can really go on tour in all Europe. And now, in Marseille, which is a very poor city, the question of art in public space has become a kind of a signal of the city. A signal, yes, a part of the identity of Marseille. In France, everybody knows, oh, in Marseille, a lot of things happens outdoor, and because the classical institutions are not the best of the world, I have to confess. But it's a lot of things happens on the suburbs, on the old factories, and the street, and it's quite a part now of an identity of Marseille. Some example what we can do when we have an annual rituals program and rituals. Want to stop about what we call tryout, or because when artists are in Republic, they try a lot of things, and of course we invite communities and audience to be part of, to understand what happens. We have school children are coming to see how the work is going on, and it's very important part of the support of artists. Not only, artists work alone, and at the end they make a beautiful parade on the street, but it's really important to involve communities and audience and citizens, so how it's happened. So they see some proposal for 10 minutes, and they will come back 3 months ago after to see the following. But also interesting to invent what Trevor was speaking about rituals and this brilliant introduction. And for example, we invent a ritual in Marseille. It's Styrian Ibidinet. It's an impossible French joke, impossible to translate in English and more in German. So, but that means in every Wednesday, at the first Wednesday of the month in France, you have a siren. It's a siren signal because maybe we are, I don't know, attacked by a Styrian army. So we have to be ready for that. And now for 10 years, we ask artists to have a little piece of 10 minutes during this urban signal. It's incredible because now 500 people coming each first Wednesday of the month, even if we have no any artist, because it became a ritual. And another sort of ritual we do with the county, it was a project, the name was 13 Moon Year. And every day of the full moon, we invest a small village or part of Marseille all around with a lot of artists. But it was during the winter, during the week, not only, the third weekend of June, everybody coming to the festival or to the carnival and so on. No, it was incredible because it was absolutely different kind of rendezvous, and a lot of people came. Another one was with traveling with walking artists from all part of Europe, and I just speak about metamorphose. I have a beautiful book. Is it really very important, people here? Because I have 3 beautiful books about metamorphose, only 3. One, two, know those 2 because I knew them. So okay, I will sell it. So another thing is very important when you lead a national center, you can really build long-term projects, not only for just for show to the audience. And of course, you have possibility to speak to a lot of people who they never go to any cultural institution, because we had before with In Situ a very long thinking about what we call invisible walls. You know what? Of course, what are invisible walls? Because a lot of people will never go inside the opera house. It's not for them. It's not the question of the price. It's not the question of the content. No, as opera, it's not for me. And when you really work on the long term, you can stop those invisible walls. The temporary city we did, it was also in Graz, I think 2 years ago, but in Marseille it was during the Capital of Culture year, and we did it for a very long time because it was a week, and about 5,000 people were involved for the whole year to really think, design, and build this cardboard city. And the cardboard city was also dancing every day. We have a special meeting every day during the construction, and all the flats, the battlements we are building were dancing together. Another long-term project I wanted it was mine. It was an Allegro Barbaro. It's Bela Bartok's name. And it was an orchestra with 100 people, 100 citizens, performing only with the city noise. All the city noise you have, your urban noise. And I wrote a score for 100 people. And that's a beautiful image too. But we did it for 5 years. It's not for only one concert. During 5 years, this orchestra exists and make, I don't know, about 100 concerts. A new project we are building, it's now on all the walls of the suburb of Marseille. And we have about, I don't know, 80 kilometers square, quite a big, without anything, without any public institution. Only walls and suburbs, old factories, and nothing else. So we decide with others to create an open sky gallery, and with 100 of spots like that, and each year to ask 3 artists to make an exhibition. and it's a project is not done. We are, so it's a beautiful Photoshop image, but we will do it. And maybe a fourth example, but I will not very long because Trevor spoke a lot about it. It was dominoes. It was incredible, especially in the city of Marseille, because when you say it's domino is a question to trust each other. Or in Marseille, you know, it's quite a south city, and that's mean a lot of people are not very civilized. Even me. And when you put a lot of blocks around, everybody want to kick. But in fact, it was incredible moment. It was, I don't, 15,000 people who built these dominoes and who take care. It was really, really very, and maybe I can add the interest to work in the European scale. The first time I heard about domino, it was from Catherine Verwilt, the co-director with Trevor. And we were in meeting and in situ, so oh, I don't like that, I'm not really interested. And, but I have to confess, I changed my mind. And it's no, that's really interesting because to work in European level, it's really interesting because you can really listen and learn. Because when I have some meeting with my French colleague, I say, always the same, okay, I am better than them, okay. But when we're working in European scale, that really changed because you say, oh, that's strange, but why is interested by the stupid idea of have some blocks of the city, nothing happened, it's not really beautiful. But after you say, oh, maybe there's an idea somewhere. So I have maybe to think a little bit. So maybe a third idea, it's how artists can be involved in the urban regeneration. That's also necessary to have long-term situation. So yes, this beautiful sentence I wrote myself at the beginning, a kind of resume of the gentrification. And in Marseille, it was really, absolutely, we have a beautiful place named Friche de la Belle de Mai. And it was really the poorest part of Marseille, and really meter square were very, very few expensive. And now 10, 20 years ago, after, it's really, you have good affairs if you put artists somewhere. It's a really interesting affair. So if you, I heard it was about €2 meter square. I asked no before. So I have myself a €2 piece money. I want to buy 1 meter square, if possible, and come back in 10 or 20 years. So, one thing I wanted, a project we did, it's named Mission Repérage. Repérage, it's a French name for when cinema makers go somewhere to see, what we can do. And it was a process, very special process, with one artist and one elected people, one politician, but not the one of the culture, but one of the urban questions. And when 30 minutes ago, it was this panel, I was really interested because we have some of the Council for Culture and one for the urban development. And the most interest of this idea of Mission Repérage, it was really to link and to really help politicians to work together, because we are in kind of cultural ghetto, because the culture, okay, in our country, culture is important, we have money for that, and we all do beautiful things. But it's very important to don't have culture in a ghetto. And the interest of Mission Repérage was really to link quite a stupid artistic view with citizens, with politicians who are working for the future of the city, and really it was absolutely amazing, really interesting. And also because the question of the city, the question became not only a place for artists, but a subject. When Rob and Jerome explained, walk with me, when we speak about the afternoon with de-driving code, how to de-drive, to learn to de-drive in the city, because the question of the public space is not the question of only a place to have a new artist and have new audience, but also that became an artistic subject. And something I want to add, in France, we have become, because in France we are always the best, of course, and the first. And in France, we have begun a national mission for art and culture in public space. And it's a national, mandated by the French Ministry of Culture, and it's quite 100 people together. Artists come from performing art, from visual art, some organizers and me, but also politicians and urbanists. And it's really, really interesting think tank. And we will, and the think tank will propose to the French ministry a lot of preconization for cultural organization, but also for the rules. We know every day rules are more and more difficult, and the security, and especially in the period we have now with the question of terrorism, the security is growing and growing, and the rules are growing and growing, and a lot of projects we did 5 years ago are quite impossible to do now. And projects we did 20 years ago, it's not only possible. When you explain what we did, they say, well, you were crazy, you have to go in jail. So let's go to Europe. As you know, we are working now together for 2003. And with La Strada, because La Strada was one of the co-founder of the network, and I was, yes, with a lot of partners and the incredible success to have 5 support from European Commission with a lot of tools. But I will not speak longer about it because I think you heard about it. We have a beautiful special issue you can read after, and it would be maybe more precise. But why it's so successful? It's not only because we are the best and we are a very good writer for the European Commission, but it's really because the question of art in public space is really a main European topic. I have never learned anything about urbanism. I just have one lesson for 20 minutes. And I learned it was a European model of the city. It's an Amsterdam model with a little church, a little place for one fisherman at the middle, and after a small village with a small church and everything growing around. And of course, it's not the same when you go in America and Asia, you have a this kind of Johannesburg city. And so why I told about it, because really artists, we are working in European cities, they are on their city. It's not a foreign city. They are exactly the same in Marseille, in Copenhagen, and in Graz. Artists are confronted to the same context, and their projects are really easy to adapt. And also, we always speak about what art change in public space, but I always want to change and say what public space change to the art. Because when you're an artist and you are working with public space, with public audience, with people who never go in any cultural institution, you really change. And maybe it's so interesting, but you have a lot of, the project we did now with In Situ, it's very difficult to give a name, because at the beginning, okay, it was street art, parade, carnival, but in fact, that changed a lot. From the beginning of the network in 2003 to now, the artistic field changed really a lot. And now we have, it's difficult to have a name with that. I call it personally, but a popular contemporary art, because it's really high level and very easy to go in. You have no to have a lot of reference and to know all the story of the music from the madrigals of. So it's really open to everybody, but it's really high level, high quality. It's very important because it's not only the question of what's art. It's changing in the city, but it's really also appears a new contemporary art, really interesting. So that was the specialist who it's a lot here. You can read it, it's beautiful. So some word, because of course we support 250 artists from the beginning. So of course, I just did it yesterday night when I was drunk. So it's possible some are missing. It's possible some are written as we are not really support. So I just move very quickly before be hurt by somebody. And but just it was because a special link from Marseille to Graz, because it's a Willy Donner. Willy Donner is just here. It's a Willy Donner project. And it was incredible because it was the only artist who tried to also work in the big stairs in Marseille. Or you have to know, Lieu Public made about 20 big events, especially on the stairs. You have a big stair, we have only that. So we made a lot of projects, and at the end it belonged to us. But Willy Donner tried to use it without our permission. So just maybe two things now to finish. Something that appears, because in situ, at the beginning, we were a network of festivals. And the beginning, it's a little festival, it became a main festival, and it arrived to an international level, so work in international co-productions, and of course in the in situ network. And the question of long-term projects appears, it's necessary, and the question of have a creation center appears in a lot of countries. Hugo will speak about the Domelhof in the Flemish part of Belgium after. I know in Urol they are speaking about. I know Trevor in Copenhagen is also thinking. So it's really an European now subject. A lot of cities are thinking to really create a center for creation, especially in public space, performing and visual art. And for finishing, just one project I did myself with La Strada, because it was really a long-term project, but very difficult to do it in summer. And the kind of project I think really La Strada can develop if we can have support for the long-term project. It was a project. It was a Babelplatz symphony. It was in Freiheitplatz in Graz. And I asked to have all the windows of the place, and they give me. And I asked to have one singer on each window, and they find it. And we have this incredible moment in Freiheitplatz. But I wanted just to finish on it because it was really the kind of project you can't do only with the festival, but really when you are working for the long time. Okay, so thanks a lot, and I give the gig to Mr. Davis.
Okay, thank you, Pierre. I don't think we have time for questions, do we? No. We'll see, we'll see. But now we have a panel, and I think we're going to keep the order of speaking, the order of it written down. So, Barbara, are you here? Okay. Barbara Hamel, Stadtlabor Graz, Heidrun Primas, architect. Yes. Bertram Wehrle, Director of Town Planning Graz. Thomas Pucher, who was also here yesterday, the architect who is connected with this particular area in Reininghaus. Michael Zinkanel, who is architectural theoretician, artist and curator, and Neil Butler from Glasgow, one of our in situ partners. Okay, thank you. And I think we'll try the same format as last time, a sort of an opening statement, and we try and see if there are any themes which are common or you want to address. It says here, what influence do and could innovative artistic projects in public space have on visionary urban developments in European cities? I think you can also take it out a bit broader. How do you see that artists can contribute with something you are involved in, which they could give an added value somehow? Do you see a role for them? Could they have a part in the process? Have they some particular understanding, connections, or whatever you think could be useful? And how might this be engaged? If you want to refer to this area, it's fine. If not, you keep it theoretical, but that's what we want to look at. So, Barbara, you've thought about it a bit, I suppose, and you start. Thank you. Are the technicians sleeping again?
Yes. Okay. Well, my background is not an artistic one. I come more from, my background is about sustainable development and participation and mediation. But I find it very interesting that points of discussions and the issues are very similar in terms of cultural planning or also planning for sustainability. Okay, in our company, we are involved in several urban development projects, and there we are mainly engaged in accompanying the formal planning processes. And we make quite an effort in our projects to bring together different urban actor groups and to support the dialogue and the exchange and learning processes. And also to support the emerging of new ideas and solutions. And together with Reininghaus, Heidrun will talk more about in the next minutes. Together with Reininghaus, with this movement, and also with the City of Development, with the City of Graz, we want to really set up new planning standards also here in Reininghaus. What we have learned in our project is that it's nearly all about communication. There are so many different groups involved in urban planning and in urban projects. We have the authorities, we have politicians, we have the local enterprises, we have neighbors, we have artists, we have grassroots initiatives and so on. And it's really a huge challenge to support the communication and the communication processes between these groups, and to find a sort of common language to make the points more, the things more understandable, and to look also behind the positions, to look at the needs and interests behind the positions. And it's really a huge challenge. And I think at this point, artists and artistic projects can play a very considerable role in supporting this communication and translation processes. Because maybe they go beyond traditional and formal communication processes. They go also beyond the language or the voice. I don't know how to say it. Yes, and I think at this point, it's really it's a chance to involve also artistic projects.
Okay. Yeah.
That was my statement.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi. I think it is very important, especially in the given framework of this symposium, to expand our line of thought to a superordinate and visionary process of change on a global scale. I prepared a short statement that will refer to 7 postulates that will explain my approach as a part of the idea of Reininghaus. But first, I would like to share a story with you. Most of you are familiar with the artist Daniel Spurry. Yesterday, we had a talk about the current state of the world that had left me really depressed and also let me drop into some kind of a personal crisis. While in the Western world, people still recklessly crave profit maximization, hundreds of people drown on the borders of Europe while on their desperate quest for survival. How relevant are our artistic actions and discussions in the face of this perverted and degenerate discrepancy? Being aware of this, how can and should we set an impulse for change? Spirit told me this story about a dead fox that he found once. A really beautiful animal. After carefully salvaging the body of the animal, he buried it at the foot of a dead poplar tree that was part of a public space somewhere. After a while, this tree was supposed to be dead, started to sprout. We agreed upon the fact that everything has to be about making this transformation understandable. All that's living is somehow connected and coexists in a very fragile systematic balance. The whole cosmos is, referring to this analogy, a giant living organism. That means, point one, there are no visionary urban development processes without societal development processes. Two, the method of dealing with public space strongly indicates the current state of the associated society in general. Three, public space is political space. Four, therefore, art in public space is always political, even though it does not seem like it, and especially then is it political. Five, be aware, Achtung, look out, artistic projects in the public space are always part of the system. Keyword, gentrification. Six, a lot of politicians and other people in power appear not to aware enough of the fact that art is not simply an accessory of aesthetic, but true societal processing. Seven, art provides the power to open the emotional space, which grants us access to the fundamental sources of life, like love, empathy, and the joy of living, apart from the artificial, mechanical, and economic categories and ratings. In my opinion, that is what we are starting to do with Reininghaus. Not just talking and thinking, but starting to do actions on site, in situ.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to start 12 years ago, when Graz was the cultural capital of Europe. We had a lot of installations in our city. For example, the Gespiegelte Stadt. We became our Kunsthaus. There wasn't one before. We had this island in the Moorinsel, still existing. And so we became a new culture to the town. And all the people in Graz came to this festival. There were a lot of initiatives, and this was a real big theme in Graz. To my opinion, it was also for the politicians a very important situation, because we became also, I'd like to say, a new building culture. So we don't just start a big area, and we first contact the people. And we are very pleased to have here in Reininghaus also some intervention as Reiningherz. We work together with them because we are sure that only this coexisting, this open-minded access can give us a really sustainable city in our technical world. So we are also a city of design. We have also some nice installations in the city now, but this scale is very important for us, and so we agree here all together that we only can make this city, this new center, a young living center in the west of Graz, together with all these ideas. Of course, we need some money for them. I told you before, we have special contracts also with the investors. They know this too. And so I'm very hopeful that we can make this big step. Thank you.
Fine.
Quite a few different statements already. I would like to say something about how I'm an architect. I'm the architect of this whole area which should be built now in the future. And I don't see myself as an artist, actually. I see myself as an architect that's more related to building and construction. Maybe later on there's some time to explain what an architect can do in all of this situation. What would be interesting to me is understand what an artist can do. And if you like ask people outside on the street, outside of this forum here, then I would guess the usual answer, what is art? You will get like 50% say, I don't know. And the other 50% or 45% say, well, it's if you have a picture on the wall or something. And if it's public art, then maybe it's a sculpture in the park or something. So I think we're really on a very low level at the moment in our society, here in Austria at least, I think, of what art is and what artists can do. I think a few hundred years earlier, people were maybe a bit further already, because at least I know, we always hear the story of the king who has his Hofnarr, I don't know the word in English, and that was actually the clown who was the only one who was allowed to tell the truth to the king. And everyone else was, oh, the king, and if the king says yes, then everyone, oh, yes, 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 and if the king says, maybe, then everyone says, oh, maybe, maybe, maybe. But the Hofnarr, he was actually able to tell the truth, and he couldn't say, no, king, you're wrong, that's not true, but he always made a story out of it and played it and actually told the truth in different words. And I think that's what artists really can do. I mean, our society is pretty much on the mainstream, and what I see, this mainstream and artists are just left and right and in all areas around this mainstream, and they are, so to say, outside of the box. And I think that's really what artists can do. And of course, in every urban design and every urban development, it would be great to integrate artists with their different view. But maybe it would also be cool that every one of us has an artist, a Hofnarr, next to him. Yeah, sure. That's good. And our mayor could have one, for example. You could have one as well. Sometimes you are even. I think that would really be very important for our whole society and for all our processes. Of course, also the process here, that we always have someone who's speaking a different kind of truth. That's why I also like so much when Heidrun appears and says something, because she's also always talking in different words, and it's a bit hard to understand sometimes, but at least you have to start thinking. And that's actually what it is all about, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will quote my good friend Markus Bogensberger in my introduction, that I'm here for private reasons, and that's my first explanation why I came here. Then I'm also here for professional reasons, because somebody invited me, so there must be some other background. My personal reasons are that I'm a skilled architect who left his field and made a career as being this sort of personal clown of many of the decision makers, and also within my original sphere of other architects' friends. And I'm here, of course, of revisiting a place which was contested since quite a long time. And I had been here probably already 20 years before, 15 years before, 10 years before, but not very recently, but observed what had happened. And I showed great respect to all the people who had invested a lot of time and energy and skills into the project so far. So I just wanted to see how that can be reactivated, or whether it cannot be reactivated. And then, of course, as a typical artist of my generation, I'm very much obsessed with visiting ruins of all kinds, especially ruins of economic transition. So I came here with this sort of melancholic expectation, of a project not moving on, or it gets stuck, of buildings which are in decay. And actually I was quite disappointed, because the area is in such a pretty beautiful shape, and there's no real traces of crisis, disaster, etc. I think it's not an accident that we were guided yesterday to the basement, to the only somehow unhomely place that it offered here. The other one would be to get into the silo, becoming part of the grain, but that's probably a bit too radical. And the other reason for being here is, of course, the professional that I'm professionally dealing with the social production of space and the role of art, both in writing texts, making theatrical performances or installation. And as a part-time artist, I would like to bring up the question, of course, when in a process like that, an artist finds a role, because there are different types of artists, and the space, the place, the people, the network of people, the power structures speak differently to different artists in different periods of a project. So we are now in the very weird situation here that this project is again before, although it's already after the process. So we did one turn already, or maybe did several turns already, and now we restart, but with the knowledge of what happened before. So it's a quite complicated situation, and I didn't think about what my role can be. It's just that I thought it's rather complicated to get in here. So there are artists who love to be involved before, but actually before planning or during planning, but I've been to many interdisciplinary conferences with artists and planners, and it turned out that the artists refused to intervene when it's not yet settled and when there's not a clear structure where to fight against, you know, where the anti-clown has its position. Some of these projects really did not fail, but they had to postpone the interventions to a specific time when there is enough, let's say, physical and social structure to counteract as an artist, or to work with, or to play with. And then there, of course, are many who want to interact after it's done. That's the easy one, because then you can bring in your Marxist critique because it's a disastrous thing, or and you can do it in a very short time period, which is also matching with the usual budgets we face in our career. So many of my artist friends used to have a 1 week research period and a 1 month, you know, development period, and then there's the presentation, and then you're either in or out. So you cannot expect a too intensive interrelation with the space and all the people. But of course, there are different programs, there are different artists which do not hesitate to spend 5 years on that issues. But that brings up another aspect that I find very interesting, and that is somehow repressed in many of the discussions. As a skilled architect, I know how a design process works. That how difficult it is to take all the parameters from outside, to accept them, to reject some, and to build up some sort of set of, let's say, triggers that make you get into the design flow. And once you're on the flow, you're on the flow. And then you don't want to have any clown you're interfering. Only clowns which you're a very good friend of and whom you trust that the interference is not really too disturbing. And interestingly, the same happens if you do projects with scientists. A serious scientist needs 2 years for some serious analysis. For a normal average artist, 2 years is really very, very long time. And then there's another problem which I face at many presentations, that architects are used that large part of their ideas are cut down anyway. So they usually intuitively invent much more than is necessary, while artists which are used to work in the protected field do not show much because they want to get a wild card because they're genius artists anyway. So it's difficult to interact and to speak about each other if one is speaking too much and the other one is saying almost nothing. With scientists, it's the problem that they just give you a list of books that you have to read before, and we meet 1 year later. So this is also a difficult way to interact. And then there is a third aspect, which is very important, that is, speaking with Pierre Bourdieu, that we all are gaining desperately for social recognition. Of course, we want to have money, that's clear, but we also want to have social recognition. And we have very different peer groups where we gain the social recognition. Of course, the most important people are my very best friends, which probably have the same hybrid career that I have. Then come more related people, and then there are some people who want to have the whole world admiring them. These people are rather dangerous, but they also invest a lot of more work in it. But the groups of reference where you want to get the social recognition are absolutely different. So if Tom is addressing his peer group and I'm addressing my peer group, although they all know each other, probably, the values which count are not exactly the same. So this is, again, another different issue. And if we think about the idea that planners are involved, politicians are involved, people in the planning office of the city, which are not the same, have not the same reference system as the other planners, different sorts of people from the population, which all have the different systems, and they all want to know how much time do I invest in collaborative projects for what social recognition I get back. And that is the crucial issue in most of these projects. Some get paid so they can invest as long as they get paid. Others do not need to get paid because, like me, I know that I can sell it at the next conference, you know, or at least bother my students in lectures about my experience at Graz Reininghaus. So all the capital or all the knowledge that I gain here can be easily redistributed to my own benefit, but there are other people who do not know what to do with it. First, they don't know what art should be like, then they don't know why they should hang around for hours and hours and discuss. Only people like Heidrun, for example, with this sort of, you know, hyper-enlightened quattro overqualified persons in a specific field have the time and the capacities and also the passion and let's say commitment for this sort of thing. So I think whatever we talk about, we still will remain in a sort of utopian situation with people in different bubbles or clouds that touch each other but do not necessarily really penetrate each other.
My name's Neil Butler. There's some slides actually. I'm not sure if somebody can stick them up. Yeah, I'll wave at you if that's okay. I have an organisation called UZ Arts. It's based in Glasgow, and we're primarily concerned with a process of making work where we bring artists and producers together in what we call hot houses. We create residencies across Europe and in Sri Lanka, and we then, out of those, commission, produce work which is then shared. But we also work strategically. We create festivals and events, and I first went to Glasgow in 1990 or 1988 to create events that were part of the development of the Year of Culture in 1990. But about 12 years ago or 13 years ago, I started a relationship with a small town in Scotland, which I think has some relevance to our discussion today. It's called Falkirk. It's very small. It's halfway between Glasgow and Edinburgh. And it's got a population of 34,000 people. It's got a wider population of maybe 70 or 80,000. And I was invited there to create an event to celebrate the millennium in 2000. But when I got there, for some time I've been thinking about how to create a national arts festival, an art and public space festival. And I suddenly realized, looking at the map, that if I organized an event in Glasgow, where I was based, I could maybe I had a catchment of maybe 1.5 million people. And if I organised an event in Edinburgh, and again, about 1.5 million people. But if I was in Falkirk, there were 3.4 million people within 40 minutes driving time. So I discussed this with the council and the directors of the council. And for our first event, I invited the BBC. I gave the same argument to the BBC. I invited them, and we created an event called Big in Falkirk. Could you do the next slide? And as you can see, a lot of people came because of the music. And in fact, 60,000 people came. They'd never seen so many people in Falkirk. But we were using that to drive interest in Falkirk, which had no reputation. It's a place you just drive through. There's nothing to stay for. And so into this mix, we put international work, and if you go to the next slide, and working with my colleagues in situ, we developed a program over the period of 10 years. This was a classic European project. It's called La Banda Europa, where it's an orchestra where each part of the section of the orchestra played music from a different folk tradition. So there's Hammerdolsmers from Sweden, and there's hurdy-gurdies from France, and bagpipes and so forth. And then that toured as an international project. And we commissioned this project here. If you just go back, sorry. the one which just disappeared, which was a structure, an architectural structure, that in the course of 30 or 40 minutes appeared from nowhere. It's constructed almost entirely of sellotape, so it is really ephemeral around a structure. And it was very successful, and we toured it into America and into Australia. And it sort of, again, helped put Falkirk on the map. So much so that after 6 years, we were welcoming over 100,000 people to the town, of whom 25 to 30% were coming from Glasgow or Edinburgh, who would never have dreamt of coming to Falkirk. But also, the Director of Regeneration and Economic Development said, as a consequence of Bigham Falkirk, people started to understand that it was an attractive place to be. It was a place where you could live and work, and if one of you was working as a couple in Edinburgh and the other was in Glasgow, it was only 25 minutes away by train. So for the town of Falkirk, they felt they really understood the power of art and culture. Could do the next slide, please. And so they started planning, and they are planning this site here, which is called the Helix Project. And it was a brownfield site, remarkably unattractive, no topography at all. And it occupied a space that was surrounded by communities that never spoke to each other. So you have the town of Falkirk here, and you have Grangemouth over here, which was the biggest petrochemical works in Europe, but had gone into decline. And these two communities had also been separated by a motorway. And so the inspired thought, there was actually 10 communities all the way around. The inspired thought was to create a space that would join those communities. And so to create a leisure space, a space where you could walk and run. They put in a lagoon, they put in all sorts of features, and they invited myself to develop a strategy to animate the space. Next slide, please. And we had a day when we worked for about 18 months working in the communities, working in walking groups, running groups, old age pensioners. And we were expecting about 7,000 or 8,000 or 10,000 people to come for the opening of this place, and 22,000 people came. And just next slide, please. And they came and saw local artists, but they also saw a whole group of artists from In Situ. And here you have some of the artists. Now, also on that, so on this site, it was key to connect communities the way it was designed, but it was also key to use art and culture as a way of attracting people onto the site. And one of the most significant things they did was they built a huge sculpture, which is 30 meters high, next slide please, of a horse. And these are called the Kelpies. And this day last year, we launched it internationally, working with artists from across Europe and with a company called Group F. And as I say, they're 30 meters high. There's two of them. They dominate the landscape as you go past. I phoned up the director of Falkirk last night to check my figures. And in the last year, 55,000 people have come to explore the inside and understand the Kelpies. And I said, yes, but how many people are now using this site that did not exist as a public space 2 years ago? And in 1 year, 1 million people have traveled from across the country and in the area to inhabit this site, to visit it and enjoy it. Thanks.
Well, on that positive note of the power of art to move and involve, it is obviously I think you all mentioned or underlined the need or the interest, and maybe too many interests, and the conflicting interests there are to involve in such a press, and the lack of any structure to actually contain that, channel it, and you might say have a controlled dialogue. And that, of course, in a as it's been pointing out, in a design environment with its own agenda, its own deadlines, and so on, is extremely difficult. But one of the things which comes also creeps through is that we seem to be I come from you might say, a society in which convergence of thought and negotiation and consensus is not something which shows you're weak. It's actually something which is a strength in the system, in the community. And to do that, of course, you have to be used to waste a lot of time for the sake of the people or ideas or things that don't happen. You have to accept other people's point of departure and their agenda. And you also have to know when to actually take your battles and when to not take your battles. But if you're trying to create a consensus, trying to create an acceptance, and that this process is a communal process, it is a common process, certainly led by certain people, but I sense the fact that there is that there's not a tradition for it, and the apparatus doesn't exist. But also, I think Michael, you were almost cynical about whether you thought it was worthwhile doing, because you couldn't really see that it would lead to anywhere. I mean, it was a sort of a. Now, do you mean, in fact, that are you cynical because you don't believe in this particular city, or you don't believe in the time, or the situation we're in, or whatever, or you're just wary to get involved in things which you have no control over, and so on? I mean, I couldn't quite work out, your skepticism was so harsh in a way.
Oh, you know, I'm just an average normal Austrian intellectual, which behave like that. You know, we're always complaining, we're always bothering, we're always unhappy with the situation. That's Austrian Catholic Jewish culture. That's how we were brought up.
I know you've got a lot on your shoulders. You must have a lot on your shoulders. Yes.
And on the other hand side, of course, in the let's say German-speaking art realm where I grew up, there was a strong import of British Marxist critique, and of course, the gentrification, which does not work here in the same field, was much harsher criticized here than there. So for us, for example, or let's say for the majority of German-speaking urban researchers, the Design Council of London is a very conspicuous institution. Of course, as a person who knows many artists and architects who benefited from that, that gives a different point of view. But I didn't want to depress you as a guest of us. I just wanted to bring up the problem of the different peer groups we are all addressing, and the problem of the different time rhythms, and the problem of the different, let's say, tools and even specific languages we use. And
that's true. I mean, democracy isn't what it used to be, or what it will be.
That's why I have, of course, a second career. That is that I want to follow your footsteps. That I want to establish my own institution, which is directing that process and organizing, of course, you know, the discussions and the conversations. Because only if I can direct the discussion and the conversations, I can regain power and put myself, you know, impose the rhythm, my rhythm, on the working rhythm of the others. And I think that is interesting, because this competition starts, there's sociologists who do the same, there are artists who do the same, there are planners who do the same. So many of us are, let's say, migrating from the core business to the, let's say, to the secondary or superior level of organization.
Heidrun, when you're speaking, you also have a very critical voice, but also there's a hope there somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely hope, and there's a flag you're waving, and the Vivan Association, which you're part of. So how do you see? What is the possibility to sort of? Because it has to be a structured way out. How do you get out of that melancholic sort of defeatist way, and maybe also very realistic? I mean, how do you see that can be regenerated? I mean, what's the starting point?
Yeah, there's a kind of hope. So I'm also Austrian, but not of this type. I'm also from a Catholic family, but not from the same like Michael is. So, but I think he pointed he found the point, because it's about different peer groups and the question, how could we come into connection? And that's all about different languages we have, and this very strong effort to translate. And that's what I'm talking about. So you are right, we have no structure for this kind of work. And I think that's the point where we are now. So we started with Reininghaus to start a kind of transformation and translating and platform to interweave different interests and different people, also who have no voice in this play, in this game. And I don't find a template where I can look at to try it like they are doing that. So I think we have a totally new situation here in this kind of scale, because very different and very many people are involved. And as I mentioned, we have totally different interests and languages.
Okay. Bertrand, to create a sort of a structure for civil society to be able to engage without doing it chaotically, without doing it that it runs against, creates more chaos, antagonism, whatever, is also part of the remit of the formal political arena, must also structure, somehow give platforms for the informal system to work on. Do you have neighborhood councils? Do you have consultation units? I mean, how do you structure those sort of contradictions? How do you do that normally? And are they sufficient? Because they're apparently not sufficient in a situation like this, because either the scale is too big, there are too many groups involved, there are too much at stake and whatever, and it's very complex. But so do you see any need of supplementing that or just using them in different ways?
We are working on the structure. In this area, we want to implement in this year district management, and as a very special part of this management should be all these initiatives from the open-minded cultural persons. So Reininghaus will be a part of this structure. Of course, it's our role also to get some money for this, all of this. So I think next month in our parliament we get this money for 2 years of interactions here. Also Barbara will work in this area. She has her bureau here. She will stay here. So I think this is a new topic for us, a new scale, but we work on it, and this is the process. And as long as I think this is our role, get some money from the politicians, that they tell us, yes, it's the right way. They were here in the morning. So I'm very optimistic that there comes more benefit, not just for us, but also for the city and for the people, than the traditional way. So there is no
lack of structure.
No alternative.
What I just think, just put it on the table. What they've done in Copenhagen for the last, after cultural capital, actually for the last 15 years, they create, if they have a regeneration area or a new development area, they create a local council. It's a kind of informal, formal association, 19, 23 people or whatever, and they're all from different associations and so on, and they are given a budget. They are given a budget to create activities, workshops, seminars, exhibitions, whatever, and they are given 3 or 5 people from the city to work for them. They are employed in the planning department, the cultural department, but they are under the auspices of that with the chairman. And in a way, that's a kind of self-defined, and then they have an office on site. So City Hall is out, they're on there, you can go meet them. The architects, they have their office next door, and in a way it creates another kind of on-site, close relationship, because then things, is that something which you work on? Or
It's an excellent idea, maybe for the cultural department, but yes, of course. But just a few thoughts on cultural capital. There was, I think here it's very important to get all these streams bottom up. Cultural capital this special year, it was a high level culture. There was a team, and there was also not so a big acceptance of the basis because high level. And I think this is very important. If you have some people who say yes or no to the projects, the bottom up must be possible. So, but it's an excellent idea, of course.
Thomas?
Yeah, I think this is a really great idea because one of the things is that you have people who are responsible. And the second thing is they are really here on the site. And that everything else is just too abstract, actually. And this is the situation where we are at the moment. Everyone says, yes, we have to do it. We want to do it. Everyone, of course, has its problems, this and that. But we are not really here yet. And I wanted, before you said it, even explain what we found out in how we work in our office. We also had this typical procedure of how to design a project. And it developed actually a kind of hierarchy, and then only the top person was responsible for everything. That was me, and everyone else below was not really responsible. And we tried to change this, and we found a very simple system. It is called workshop. And that means very simple. Yeah, you have a target like to develop a facade for a specific building. And then this is the target. Then you have a time limit, and then you think which people would I need from the office to work on that target? And then there is no hierarchy, and that's all. This is order. This is everything, and that's. I think that's what's missing here. See, there's a workshop. Make the first workshop. Which topics do we need, and then go on making workshops on the topics, and it will develop it by itself. I think.
Yeah, because I think it's important to structure that. Also, for everybody else, as you were saying, the other gentleman was saying, you have to know when to play your cards, what to get involved in. Otherwise, you reject everything, or you try to follow everything. It's impossible. So this idea of teams doing very thematic parts of projects, bits and pieces, and would actually be a way of structuring it in a way.
And be really here and be really responsible.
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't help if the mayor has to say yes or no, because he can only say yes or no when he has decision basics.
But why couldn't you do that then also from your department? Say you could have your site manager or whatever you might call the person on site to actually make sure that yes, but remember those rules. Yes, but remember that, or maybe we can change that. I mean, it gives another way rather than applications or decisions or whatever, because in a way there has to be a link between the formal system and the informal. Otherwise, you get this clash. So how do you make the contact points, and how do you go from one to the other and the other to the one?
Bertram told me to tell a little bit about this. I think the city of Graz is exactly going in this direction with the establishment of a so-called city district management on the one hand, but also with a close cooperation and open innovation process with the movement of Reininghaus, I would say. And I want to add a more positive or optimistic view or position on this whole discussion, because I think in Reininghaus at the moment there are many people involved that are really willing to do things in another way than usual, in another way than traditional, and each idea needs the right time. And in my feeling, I'm involved a couple of years in this in Reininghaus and in the city urban development project, and I think at the moment the right people are willing to do the right things, and that can evolve a much power and the strengths. And I think yes, with these processes that are highlighted now, that the whole development can come in the right direction.
I also would like to add something to this. One thing which is important to get really good results in a workshop is that you have a kind of a compact schedule. And because otherwise everyone is like, it's enough time, and we think about it, and then we will see, blah, blah, blah. And the thing here is, the close schedule is already approaching, because we already work on the first quarter of this district, and we deliver the application drawings next week to the authorities. We do have these spaces for what is not living, for what could be art, for what could be anything, but they're already drawn, and the next step will be that they will be built. And the later we take for discussing and waiting, the less flexible it is. So at the moment, everything is possible, but the time is running short. So it's really important to really start all of this and really get involved.
Neil, do you want to say anything?
Well, my only comment really is really clarity about exactly who's it for, this development. Who really is it for? And are those people really being spoken to? And are they being engaged with? And when we did the project with the big Helix space, which massive, 300 hectares space, we spent, in that case, 18 months, 2 years, talking to every single possible community who would be influenced by it, who could benefit from it. And that's why all those people came to support it and enjoy it and put pressure on the council to make sure it really worked. And I remember back our conversation the other night that when Glasgow was European City of Culture, the leaders went in to every single group to talk to them. And I remember they went to the taxi drivers and they spoke to the taxi drivers and say, we are proud of our city, this is our city. And they spoke to all the taxi drivers, and then everybody come into the city, you get in your ear from the taxi driver how exciting this project was. And I think that's the starting point for any project like this must be, who's the community?
Yeah, I want to add a comment about the Viennese former airfield housing development, where interestingly the planners and the city administration started a PR campaign first where they imagined or designed themselves the future tenants of the housing blocks, because as here it's a very high density and you would expect that it works, you need a lot of people, but you don't know yet who the people are, because the people did not yet fill in the formulas and apply for the apartments. So on one hand side, the activities on site are redirecting, the curiosity of specific social groups, but then you really make some sort of, if you're really successful, you do social engineering and select specific people that are attracted by that. So the question is which program is done on the site. And that needs to be coordinated as well, because otherwise you only address a very specific little group. And would depend, if I would imagine different figures in Graz doing the program, they would address again different target groups. And then the interesting thing is that we are in this sort of Josephinistic, or in Graz we call it Johannistic tradition, that there is the good emperor, who have to solve the problems, and people start to discuss the things when it's almost too late. So when the first skyscraper is built, there will be a huge interest and a huge, of course, a wave of protest. But then it would be too late to make the project that you showed, So we are now in a situation that is rather late. We are rather late, or you are rather late, and it has to be started on a quite significant level. Otherwise, the process as usual starts, and we just are the mediators who communicate what's going on for those people who complain, after the effect.
Do you, when you develop a site like this, or do you have you might say an online web where people can comment at groups? I mean, this online community. Do you develop that? Do you have ideas? How do you work online? Do you generate something which is a sort of forum for communication, suggestions, and so on, and critique? Because it's true. It's very much about just creating interfaces, and one interface is the very short, specific workshops, which are project-oriented, result-oriented. The other is an easy massaging of the views and of the public and the whole city, and to get them to understand things, be interested, come with comments on a different level. So there are different ways one has to do this.
Yes, I think in this year we come to this step when we start our district management. We have, of course, a homepage everyone can get some information, but it's not interactive.
No.
You're right.
Yeah.
This should be the next step we create together, and it would be very nice. But why I'm rather optimistic is now there's no inhabitant here, and all these interactions, the artists, La Strada, they are here yet. So it's before the first inhabitants come. It's a good sign, I think.
Well, it's a good sign. It's a good sign if the first people that move in are credible people that move in, and people think, wow, that's interesting, and oh, great. But it could be also the other way, depending on which building is open first. The first building would determine almost the success or failure of this place. Its values, its aesthetics, the way it's run, the economy, the hype about it. It really is so important. So even if it's about question about how to do the interiors or how to do the round around, it would be really good to do something just to start, even on a minimal level, I think.
What happened to the Trojan horse comes first?
Yeah, I know. Right, that's it. We're late for lunch. Okay, thank you for that good session. Thank you. Do one until the others start to leave, because then you don't. Also ready to start. There's a couple of people outside, but they can wander in. The next speaker is Joanna Layton. She is the director of the Center of Choreography in Belfort, and she's going to speak mainly about the project, The Vigil, which I think, unfortunately, should have been here from January, but we'll have to see if it's still going to be here from January. Maybe we can help her with that. Maybe it's the one thing we can do concretely at the conference. It's save the project as a test of whether the public space is really for artists or it's just talk. Okay. All right. Joanna is ready now. So yes, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Just before we start, or in fact, just to start, would you mind please standing up? And I'm going to ask you to sing. No, I'm only joking. It's going to be even worse. No, I don't use such big words. Okay, I just want you to put your arms down the length of your body, take your hands out from your pockets, and I just want you to stand there and hold a presence. And whatever that means to you. And you can close your eyes if you want. You have to close your eyes. And just listen to the sounds around us. And then we're going to open our eyes together. We're going to transfer the weights a little onto one leg. Maybe it's a really small movement and you don't even see it from the outside. And another leg. And then bend your knees. And you can straighten them again. And then we're going to turn around and face almost like 180 degrees on the other side. And we still have this same idea of holding this presence, whatever that means. Out onto the city, beaming out. And we're aware of thoughts that come into our head, and that's fine, and they go away again. And we can turn around and come back to face the other side. And then you could look and take your seat behind you. Thank you very much. Today, Werner invited me to talk about a project that has become a labor of love over many years, and particularly between us has become a labor of love. It's called The Vigil, or in French, it's called Les Veilleurs. I'm going to have the opposite problem in that English is my mother tongue, but I'm so used to talking about my work in French, where I live in France. I'm going to stumble, no doubt, over my words, but I hope I can make myself understood. The Vigil is a project where I ask a person to go up onto a high point in a town and hold a presence at sunrise for an hour. And then another person goes up to this same high point in the town and they hold a presence for an hour at sunset. And the project actually takes 1 year to perform, and it involves 732 citizens of a town or a region. And of course, it involves the town who watch this performance. And it's called the Vigil of whatever town we do it in, the Vigil of Graz. Let's be daring. Die Wachte von Graz. This project actually started in September 2011 in Belfort in France, which is on the eastern side of Belfort, about an hour away from Basel or an hour and a half away from Strasbourg, or 5 hours from Paris or 5 hours from Brussels. It's kind of like the town you go through when you're going somewhere else. And I worked in that town for 5 years, between 2010 and 2015, when I was directing the National Choreographic Center of Belfort. It's called a CCN. And there are 19 of these structures in France, which are all directed by choreographers. I'm a choreographer. And they're run with a team. I had a team of 10 people running that place, plus the artists who would come in and work for this project. I say was because I left the CCN about a month ago, and I took up my project, which is called Walden. Walden, as I'm sure you know, is a novel written by Henri David Thoreau in 1854. So 1854. He wrote this project called Walden. It's spelled a little bit differently to this. This is the contemporary spelling. For me, this is my company. It's a philosophy and a project, I guess. And in fact, Thoreau, he was at a point in his life where he left society and he went and lived in the forest by a lake, Walden, for 2 years, 2 months and 2 days. And in that time, he wrote a book called Walden, where he gives like a critique of society. He says, you think you bought your house, but in fact, buying the house buys you a certain mode of living, where you become perhaps a victim of having bought that house, which you see as an act of complete freedom and ownership, but in fact, you give away your life. And after some time, he also wrote another novel called Civil Disobedience, which of course is a very iconic work that then became referenced by Gandhi, by Martin Luther King, by 68 generation in France, etc. And in naming the company Walden, I kind of wanted to think about this act, which I think is really relevant today in this world, where perhaps as an artist you have to enter into a certain mode of production to make a certain kind of work on certain sites around certain bodies. And I kind of wanted to question that and find new ways of producing and making work. So we're at the beginning of Walden. I'm a choreographer. I've been involved in dance all my life. And that's not one of my works, that's a work of Bob Smithson, who's a bit of a kind of icon for me and my work in land art. So like 1970, Bob Smithson made this spiral jetty, and we can even see here the little tiny people. So like there's this really massive scale where he's kind of dug the earth and moved all of this basalt and put it into this spiral during the 70s. And it's still there today. So it's like this permanent sculpture that stays in time and gets changed and moved on by the weather and the way that it's treated and who is walking on it and who is actually making it active in that time, or the weather is making it active. And of course, land art, or this idea of leaving traces, creating rituals for people to come and go, has existed in our time for years and years and thousands of years, but it's really the time when we coined this term land art. And my work really has evolved over many years. I've worked in performance and really as a dancer and then as a choreographer for about 25 years. I trained in Australia. I danced with a national company in Australia. I moved to Europe. I lived in London for 2 years. I lived in Belgium, became a fellow Belgian citizen. For 18 years I lived there, and then for 5 years in France. And over this time, I was originally making work for professional dancers for my company on stage. And then over time, I became really discontent with this relationship of performing in front of a public. And I started to try to blend that kind of wall, that fourth wall, and started by initially asking the public to come on stage with me, surrounding the performance so I could work for them individually. And also as a collective. And then I also did other work where I started to get them to make decisions about the work, where they would choose my costume or choose the music. So I was questioning my role as the author of this work. And then eventually, when I got to the choreographic center, I decided to really open up another side of my work, which was really about leaving this theatrical space and working with people's bodies and working outside of the theatre. I'm not going to use the word so much public space, I'm going to use the work outside of the theatre, because for me as a choreographer, that was my reference, the theatre. And I see all of my work that I'm making now very much as a choreography and as dance work, yeah. And when I wrote the project for this National Choreographic Center, I was really kind of interested in working in that constraint of this national institution, where my question was, I understand how the choreographic works for artists. I understand where we could invite choreographers in to come and work in the choreographic center. We can produce their work. I can produce my own work. We can mount European projects. We can work on training for dancers. But I'm less convinced about the constraint of how that connects to the public and to the people who are living in the town and in the region. And in some way, this project was an answer to that. It was really about trying to involve the public in the life of the choreographic center. And I think for me, very much the work that I do, or what I'm interested in, is creating meaning and significance for people. That's it. It's not more complex. And in some way, this project, the Vigil, is an attempt at that. We did some other work in the CCN. This is called Made In, every time taking its name of the city that it's built in. And this is like, for me, a moving architecture. We have a lot of architects talking over the last couple of days, and I'm kind of interested in architecture and space. And I think that, for me, the work that I'm doing really is about body, site, citizen, community, and city. This is Made in Nancy, where I'm working with 100 people. I don't call them amateurs because I don't know what an amateur is, right? I do, but I'm not interested in making work for amateur dancers. I'm interested in making work for people. And in some ways, this moving architecture becomes a portrait of the town because it's played by the people in the town. And we come back to a very basic sense where the people in the town are dancing and they invite their friends to come and watch. For me, this is a very basic, very primal entry into theatre. You come and see your partner, you come and see your mom dancing, you come and see your child dancing. So this basic connection between what is going on in the performance arena and who watches it, who comes and sees it, who's concerned by it. For me, they're connected. And the other thing for me, which is really important to say, is that the site that we're working in cannot be disassociated from the act of the performance or the subject of the performance. The site has significance for the people in the town. There's a history there. This is the the garden in Nancy in France. We've done this piece in different sites in town squares. And this site and the notion of site cannot be disconnected from the meaning of the work. So for me, working in these kind of spaces is also connected with the meaning of the work. We were talking about the vigil, and this is really the subject of this work, of this talk. This piece, as I said, really is about this person holding this presence in the town for an hour at sunrise and at sunset. And the paradox, or the thing that I never really wanted to make clear, was, is the person who is holding this presence, are they watching the performance of the town? Or does the person in the town who turns around and looks at the vigil, are they watching the performance of the vigil? And this for me is the connection with the stage. It's exactly the same situation. We have a kind of proscenium, and I'm talking to you, I'm watching you, but you're also watching me. It takes two of us, or many of us, to make this act of performance. This is in Belfort. We have a Lion de Belfort that was made by Bartholdi, who also made the Statue of Liberty. And this was his inauguration 130 years later. So he's covered up. But there we have the 20-second window, which is an object which was constructed and is always constructed specifically for the site by Tovo and Jamil, two young designers who live in Paris, who I always work with on this project. And they named this project, there's 21 windows in the Citadelle of Belfort, and this became the 22nd window placed on the roof. And it was where we carried out the performance for 1 year. This is the other side of the building. Initially, we did like a kind of a call for projects for 6 different architects and designers, and we gave them the word of transparency, because we wanted an object that was not really permanent. It's a temporary structure which has to last for 1 year. And also, I felt that it was really important that we didn't just have one opening that privileged the kind of perhaps the most prestigious part of the town. We wanted to also have another view, which in this case in Belfort looks out over the autoroute and a very underprivileged part of town. The 732 people who are involved in the project, they very much, for me, exist individually over this hour. They're alone in this object. They hold this presence. And they form a collective chain, which goes over all the 4 seasons, morning and night, in this rhythm, in this kind of like wave and ritual for 1 year. And the people, as you can imagine, they don't go there alone. There is a group of companions, we call them companions. It's like 20 or 30 people who are involved in the project, and they're citizens of the town. And they basically, one at a time, they take, for example, all the mornings of the weeks or all the evenings of the week, and they meet half an hour beforehand. They meet with the vigil. So in January, for example, the project starts around 8 o'clock in the morning. So they would meet at 7:30, they meet the vigil, and then they take them up into this, into a little room where the person can leave their affairs. I ask them to take off their watch, leave their telephone, leave their camera, and just really at the time they go into this object. There is a light on the inside. It's heated for the winter. It's not air conditioned for the summer. And they leave them there for an hour. And this companion, if you like, is the vigil of the vigil. They're the person that watches over and takes care of the person who's just going to be there and hold this presence. There's a light inside, there's a light on the object, which is called the shelter at the time of this vigil. And at the end of the hour, they knock on the door and they take the person down back into the little room. Of course, it's not about watching the sunset or the sunrise, it's about holding a presence. I was the companion for some of my vigil people in different projects. I really love this time of year where you cannot see anything. And often people are really disappointed and they say, no, but we can't see anything. Can we come back tomorrow? And so it's really about this thing of holding presence and not about particularly watching the sun. We did this project in Belfort in 2011-12. We started the vigil of Laval from September 2012 to 13. At that time, the object was in this garden, perched on this medieval wall. And always the same designers come and create an object which is specific to this site. It's the first vigil. And this is at a high point on the town, looking down over the river. And I don't know if you can see up there, it's opposite on the other side of the river. It's up there, and you can really clearly see this person standing there and watching and holding this presence. We did it in Rennes, and this is also part of my connection with Werner, because Claude Guinard in Rennes from Les Tombées de la Nuit is part of this in situ réseau. This is the mayor of Rennes who's done the first vigil. And this is the first time that my stage became a building. And it's the first time that I have ever been involved in putting performance on top of buildings, which I will talk to you about shortly. And this object gives onto like a town square, and it should be visible from from different points in the city. So we spoke about the vigils, we spoke about the companions, and then there is the idea of making traces, because this performance for me is also about creating stories. How do we create meaning for people? For me, it's about really engaging them in an act so that their intention can become very clear. So in fact, the committee has to take a photo of the vigil straight after. And when they've finished their vigil after 1 hour, and they also have to take a photo over any point, at any point over the town. So over the year, there is this building up of images that are taken by the citizens themselves. So this is one of them, one of the pictures. Oh, I don't know who that is. And that was the person who decided, the companion decided to take this picture, which is looking out onto the rempart, onto the, how do you say that, it's like a military site, so it's in Belfort. It's Madame, looking onto the car park at the foot of the citadel of Belfort. And we come back to summer, where we have a FIMU, the International Music Festival. So it's really, the town goes about its life, and somehow the vigil just watches over the changing landscape of the town through the year. Because change doesn't have to be particularly monumental, does it? It's just daily movement and daily action that gets watched in this project. There's also a training for the vigils, in that lots of people hear about this project in many, many different ways. And so once a week, we hold like a training for the vigils. And you actually did a small part of this training in the beginning of this. And normally there's around 30 people who are present. Everyone has to do this training. And we normally place people in a circle. And we give a very simple discussion about what this vigil is, what it means, what we expect of them, no mobile phones, why we do it. We do a tour. Everyone basically introduces themselves. So it's also about connecting this collective part of the group. The vigils have chosen their date to do this performance. And so there are a lot of significant moments for them in their lives. It can be things like they're having a birthday, or someone in their family is having a birthday, the birth of a first child. It can be things like, it's when I moved to the town, or we are doing the project in Haguenau at the moment, which is just north of Strasbourg, and it's on a military building. And so some people who had worked in the building, which is now a disaffected building, came back so that they could, after their retirement, they came back so that they could watch over the town from this very specific site. Then also at the end of the vigil, there is I ask people really to write something. This is complex because I know that some people spend their vigil thinking about what they will write. But the idea is just to really capture these traces. I don't mean this again in a monumental way. I mean it in a very simple way. Just at that point in time, what were you thinking about, or what did that mean to you? What comes across? And these traces in photos and in the people's texts basically accumulate on the website, so that the people who are doing the project, in the 732 people, but also for the people in the town, because not everyone wants to participate in this project, but they do watch what is going on, and anyone can visit this website and see what is going on. We know that people watch this project. It's really not only a project for the 732 people, it's really a project at the scale of a city. We had some stories come back where someone at one point called the town hall to say that the vigil was 5 minutes late that day, and was there any problem, and should anything be communicated? The radio got involved. They wanted to talk about the adventures of the vigil. They wanted to know if anyone didn't come. They wanted to know if there were any dramas where someone cancelled because perhaps they were sick and they needed to find someone really quickly. So they also wanted to build into this thing of making stories out of this project and creating stories for the town. Because I really think that art, or this project, is not just about monuments and, you know, the, what are they called, statues standing there of people which perhaps are dead and perhaps they don't mean anything to us anymore. It's really just a very simple turning over for people to carry this project and to become involved in it. I don't use the word participation. I use the word participation when I'm doing the Made In project, when the 100 people come together to make this moving architecture. Then I use the word participation because it's like a short-term following. This project, I really talk about immersion, where I'm kind of interested in what happens when you can pass over or transmit responsibility to these people to actually become the work itself, which is a very different relationship. When I'm working with my dancers, they probably have trained for years, and we probably met in some kind of professional activity, and we decided to work together. This is very, very different. And I really need, for this project to be successful and for this project to work, I really need it to be represented by people who live in the town or in the region, or who come specifically to be part of the project. And there is a big work on finding these vigils, because I always felt that the project would be a big failure if it was only our public that came to the CCN to watch our dance performance. I thought that would really be a big failure. For me, this project should be carried by as open as possible cross-section of the public. But as you know, it's not just a matter of informing people and putting an announcement on the radio or putting an advertisement in the public, you know, in the town newspaper or handing out brochures. It's not about that. And we really had to do a big work on making it possible for people to actually participate in this project from all cross sections of life. And we knew that the poorer people of the town would not just come and take their place. And so we had to do a big work. And this is where it's a really fantastic project to work on and to mount, because in a way, I'm transmitting this work to, for example, an organizer, to a team. Everything is kind of written in this project. It's transmitted. The team has to understand it. They have to appropriate that. They have to own it so that they can do something with it. And then in turn, it gets transmitted to the people of the town. But not only, it also gets transmitted to the political funding bodies, because we have to work together. It's like a little micro society. And it's really interesting from this point of view of how many different sectors of society have to work together in order for this project to be really full and successful. So I would go around with the adjointe à la culture, or the representative of culture with the local town hall, and we would do our meetings in different regions, and we would talk about this project. And then it started to happen. I want to be part of that. I'm going to have my 83rd birthday. I'm going to be the oldest vigil. I want to be part of that. That's the day I had my child. Or so people started to respond, and then we started to get in contact with different associations, and we would go and talk about this project and present it so that people would have some feeling for it or become concerned by it and want to be involved by it. And we found it really fantastic to work with les relais, with this people who were perhaps in contact with bodies of people. You know, so the person who's like the guardian of the residence, where perhaps there are some troubles in this residence. So it wasn't possible just to go there and for them to hear what we were saying, but it was possible to work with the person or the people who were perhaps taking charge of some group. So we tried to really disseminate this information and make it possible. And then those people often became the companions of the project. So the person who was perhaps in charge of this group of adolescents who were perhaps in a bit of trouble, they became the companion of the project, so that they would be trusted to actually let them participate into, not from our point of view, but from the young people's point of view. Watcher. So this is my favorite photo. This is Claude Guinat. And it's true that when I first thought about this project many, many years ago, there was no object, there was no shelter. It was really just standing there. And I thought that Claude was really like the wings of desire here. It's just, you know, watching over. This is a bit the technical side of the organization. Oh, I forgot something as well. As part of the project as well, we spoke about this training for people to come once a week. And then also there is a meeting like 4 times a year. 3 months of vigil, people come together and we create an event. And often I try and perhaps perform a small extract of my choreographic work, or perhaps we invite someone, a choreographer, to come and do something, because it's important for me to keep reinforcing that it's a performance and it's coming really from a very specific place of a choreographer. And that's a bit the reference. And where is, so that we can talk with people about where the dance is in this project. Is it this notion of this wave, this movement, like other movements? You know, we work on bus zones and the bus, you know, the circulation of people in a town. But here, this is another movement, a new movement that gets created in the town over a year, this kind of wave of presence and this ritual that goes on. And often people think that eventually there will be some dance, you know, like there would be some gestures, or it would be appropriate to do some gestures, or it would be appropriate to do a dance or something formal. And I'm always like, no, it's not working on that level. It's working on another level. The dance is the presence here. It's just the connection. L'ouverture à l'autre, the openness to the other. So it's like this mirror relationship. That's someone else doing a vigil. That's the mist, my favorite choice of site. So from the time when someone becomes interested in this project, it's a very, 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 very long relationship of work until we can actually get this up and running. So the first thing that happens is choosing the site. And for me as an artist, really the site is the most important thing. Everything comes from that place. Site can be on a theater, site can be on a hill. Oh, is that? I thought you were saying bye, and you're saying 5 minutes. I thought Trevor's leaving us. Oh no, I have to take over and become as responsible and talk as fluently as Trevor. Oh my God, that's okay. So this is the site in Rennes, and this is Benjamin and Nunja who create the object. This is Claude's, one of the sites in Rennes. And I thought, okay, we'll just get to that first level. This is good. And then we went to the second level. I said, oh, okay, this is good. And then there was this little ladder, and he actually made us climb up inside of that cube up there because it was one of the possible sites for the vigil in Rennes. There is some sound that goes with this, but it's not a problem. And this is the square that gets filled up with different events. Ha ha. Ha. Now you're all staying in the Hotel Danel, and we visited the roof of the Hotel Danel before the accommodation was built, because it could have been one of the sites for this project. And we did some work with Benjamin and Nunja to make a proposition for the Place d'Orlog. Huh? There is a whole lot of work on control bureaus for the object itself, of course, so that it's completely solid. You can't really see a lot. It's a lot clearer than that. And then there is also a lot of work that gets involved on the building itself or the structure itself so that it can hold the object. And I say it's like a micro society because, of course, there's construction of the object, and often we are working with local communities who perhaps have an industry in wood. And this is my technical director who was doing the first vigil before the shelter even really existed. And so there is this construction site. This is in Laval, where the local town, the town hall, they constructed this object. And this is in Rennes as well. Sometimes we're completely building this shelter and it gets lifted up on a crane. The project doesn't get run without anyone who's going to really be involved in it. Obviously, for the team who run the project, it's a big undertaking because we don't want the vigil to be interrupted. This is Lillian. She was known as the Vigil of Laval in the town for 1 year. She became known as Madame Vigil. And this is Claude. We transmit also a whole graphic line. There is a whole communication on the website, the documents that we have to produce and when we have to produce them, the press. This is, for example, getting one of our brochures to get people interested in Belfort at that time. And the surprise has really been on this project that we kind of start this phase about 4 months before the project, talking to people about it so they become involved in it. And every time that we've done this project, it has been completely full by the time we've started the project. So the people really hear it and understand it and take their place in it, and they can inscribe like up to a year in advance. They do that on the website. In Laval, they mounted a publicity campaign, and George, who was inscribed, 71 years old, he says, "I'm going to do a vigil in Laval and you." And this is in the local newspaper, where every week the vigils are printed in the local newspaper, the photos of them. And obviously in Rennes, yeah, we have the press following, so that the people who are not particularly doing the vigils can also follow the project. This is La Libération. And then there's a whole lot of other activities that can be associated to this. So this is, for example, a group of people who wanted to do readings of the vigil text. So they would go to the market on Saturday morning once a month. They organized this themselves, and they would stand there not to read their own text, but to read a text from someone else that they liked, and they would read it out. So there was lots of rituals created and byproducts of this entire project. There's a training that's done by the team, it's done for the companions, it's done for the teachers who teach these workshops. And then at the end, there's like a final celebration. And this is in Laval, where we do like a human chain. So in fact, I work with the choreographers or the dancers from the town, and they transmitted this kind of idea of this chain to the people. So they became involved in as well. And this is in Laval, where we did this chain of people on the opposite side of the riverbank. So this happened at the last vigil. And we had about 3,000 people in the town to go on this parade. Trevor's stressing me out, so I'm going quickly now. We had a big party. And then the morning afterwards was the last vigil, which happened in silence, as it's intended. This is in Rennes. They did a half-hour vigils overnight, 12 hours of constant vigils, and they equipped, they put a LCD screen on the front. You see the vigil up the top. And then they made a place where people could stay overnight, where they showed photos and they played recordings, and you could even sleep there. Isn't that fun? Voila. And this was very beautiful. This is the Last Supper. The town offered the people a breakfast after the last vigil in Rennes. And we had a really long table, and it was just a kind of silence and people talking about the project. We break down the structure, and then we make a book. I have the book there if anyone would be interested in reading it. There's some of the people in Laval. There of Haguenau is going on at the moment. Interestingly so, they have a site which is very similar to here. It's a new part of the town, like a no man's land, and they're doing the project for their 900 years celebration. And they wanted to install the vigil on this disaffected army building so that they could get people to start coming and create significance for people in this town, and to create stories. This is some of the photos. And then in June 20, we have this new vigil object. You know why the stairs are like that, so long and open? Any ideas? Wheelchairs. It was really important for the theater in Freiburg. This doesn't exist, it's a Photoshop. It's an example of what it will look like, but it was really important for them that every person could participate, so that we made this very long, sloping stairway. And to start the vigil in Freiburg, I will walk from Belfort to Freiburg. I'm going to follow the waterways because for me there is something about these passageways of water. It'll be about 120 kilometers, and we will arrive for the first vigil and for the end of the first vigil. And the idea is that this walk, which will happen over 4 days, is open for anyone to join. It's not just a solitary walk. It means that the people from Belfort, because I will leave from the vigil site in Belfort, we will also walk some of the way together, and anyone can accompany this walk. And then afterwards we arrive for this last end of this first vigil, and the idea is to put a big table and for the vigil to come down and we eat together. Thank you very much. Well,
Well, thank you to the stressed Johanna. Now we're going to quickly move on. After that, it was good to be immersed in one piece, one work, because one work actually has so many layers and so many dimensions, which I think you touched on, which really expanded the interpretation of art in public space. So that was great. Now we are focusing more on centers of production. So we have a small panel here with 5 participants, and Joanne's coming back, but we have Judith Leicester. Is she here? Is Judith here? Yes. She's gathering her things together and coming from the cultural anthropologist from the University of Graz. Andrea Reddy, who was here earlier. Andrea, where are you? You are also the spokeswoman of the council on the cultural matters. And Michael Sammer, yes, coming here, and sociologist and expert. And Kees is coming here from the festival in Teschling and one of our Institute members. The theme is creation centers, international networks and collaborations. And I suppose implicitly we're trying to focus a bit on, to be a bit more specific than the previous discussions. We doesn't quite say what kind of creation centers, but we've had 2 good examples. Joanna with her dance, contemporary dance as a creation center. Then we also had the center in Marseille. This morning explained that it was also a center for the creation of art in public space. And also there are also circus creation centers. So there are in France is a whole system of creation centers. And as I understand the word creation centers, it's more than just a company. They have responsibility to produce, but also to research, also to educate, also to link in with the local community. But the way they are run is that they are often run, or they are always run mainly by artists, and have a great deal of freedom of how to translate that, how to, in the local situation, actually work. So I guess we're talking about the same kind of center here, but perhaps in a different field, or perhaps cross arts or interdisciplinary. It's quite open. But perhaps then we start with Kees. Could you perhaps lead? Because it'd be nice to have, following on from Joanna, what you see that you say in the contemporary arts field, what would be, is there a need for new typologies or new kind of centers, and what could you imagine would work? Or what would you think would be relevant now, given that we have so many theaters, so many cultural centers, so many dance centers? I mean, another layer, what would the purpose be?
Thank you for being the first. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I wanted to respond in this way as well, because, but I have to explain a little bit where I come from.
Yeah.
Because I'm artistic director of the Ural Festival, which is located on an island, rural island in the north of Holland. In fact, it has 4,000 inhabitants, and it's the most unlikely place for an arts festival, for the arts, contemporary arts festival. But in fact, there's no theater, there's no cities. Still, I feel there's a lot of resemblance to the discussion here today and to the place here. Because, and then I'll explain a little bit. This festival already exists for more than 30 years. And in fact, it has developed this long time for being, it developed from a festival which showed art. So, and the audience was like consuming and having a good time. But in the development of the festival and also of the audience and also of the artists, but also of the inhabitants of the island, there was like a new mix of relations. And in fact, you could say the festival turned over to be like a very intense working place, like a creation center in itself. And in fact, a lot of the items we are dealing with, we were speaking about today about negotiating the role of art, negotiating what art can do. In fact, our festival became like a big laboratory, a playground to try out lots and lots of things. On one hand, on landscape development, on another level, on how you live together. So for us, there's 50,000 people coming each year on this island of 4,000 inhabitants. There's hundreds of performances, but the main thing is everybody is there to meet, to discuss, to see art, to discuss the art, and also the artists start to work with, in a way, like Joan spoke, with audience to really discuss matters of democracy. So it's like a temporary society, a field of experimentation, and that's what I think is the link with here, and might be a new model for the use of the place of art and development.
Well, that's fine. So we're talking about quite an open and proactive structure or platform in somehow. Maybe Judith, you would take on. Would you like to carry on from that?
Okay. Yes, it works. So I'm a cultural anthropologist, and as a cultural anthropologist, I'm here not only as a participant of this panel, but I'm also here as a kind of participant observer. That means my research work at the moment is about art and urban development, or art and urban space production. And yes, I'm very interested in the different actors and the different actor groups which are involved in these processes. A lot of people today, I see Heidrun here, also Michael Zingerl, talked about these different groups of actors. They talked about their collaborations. They talked about the different interests these actor groups have. They also talked about it, what these actors, where they come from, what not only interests they have, but also what habitus they have. That also means what kind of capital they possess, and capital not only in the sense of economic capital, but also in the sense of social capital and cultural capital. So that means here we're investors, here we are talking with architects, also the and what I wanted to say is that it's interesting that more and more artists act also like ethnographers. So I asked myself when I heard them speak, and also when you talked about your projects, what is the role of an anthropologist in our times? Because the artists are ethnographers, or maybe they're better ethnographers than we are. But what I missed a bit, and I think this is also a very important thing for the question we have to discuss here at this panel, what I missed were a focus on the power relations between these different actor groups, because when I talk about investors who have millions of euros, when I talk about creation centers which gets €2 per, or about cultural production, which gets €2 from millions of, I think it was a few hundred million euros and 80,000 euros, which the artists get. So we really we cannot say, oh, there are networks and we collaborate and everything is nice, but we also have really to talk about how the relations between these different actors are, the power relations, really focused on power relations. And when we talk about networks and collaboration, the second point I want to make is that the question is always not only who is already included in these international networks, but also who is excluded of these networks, and who is included in these collaborations and who is excluded of these collaborations. So my points I want to make, maybe briefly, is the question of habitus, of the people who are included, of the power relations between these people, and of those who are excluded out of these international networks and collaborations.
Yeah, yes, would you like? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
Yes, interesting questions, many open questions. I also have no answer. My only question is, what can we do as a group or a panel or a community to reach the goals we have heard several times today? So the power structures and all this, how can we force the city, the politics, also the investors, to just start doing what everyone here on the panel said should be done? So we have to talk with each other, we have to include all different kind of stakeholders, and so on and so on. But I hear all these messages for years now, yeah? And nothing ever happened. And this day and this symposium is not a symposium which the city started. It was the symposium with Werner and in situ and started. It's okay, it's perfect, wonderful. But from the city or from the investors, there was a one workshop day from the new owner. It was one day last year, I think, or 1.5 years ago. Until now, no results ever been published. So it's an intransparent, it's an not open, it's a closed development process so far. And I admit that architects, planners, and also the investors are willing to be more open, but they don't know how. And we also don't know how exactly, because if we knew, we had done it. So my question, to repeat it, is what can we do to start this today, tomorrow, and not meet again in 1 year, in 2 years, and say, oh yes, we should do something, and I'm really optimistic that we can do something, and that we find somewhere in our pockets €2.50 to engage people. It's ridiculous, so to speak. So I want action, and not only talking about we should probably act a little bit more and together and this shit.
Yeah, Judith, that puts you on the spot, doesn't it? Perhaps in a way, but now the format of a creation center has been expanded a little, so we are actually taking in all the population and all the groups. But it seems we're always drifting back to that. But it is interesting what you both said, is that perhaps one is not talking about a creation center in pure artistic terms, because of course a creation center can also be something broader. It can also engage civil society in questions which are not purely artistic production. It could be about many other matters which are relevant in an urban development or this sort of typology. So that could be actually interesting. A new a creation center, you could call it, but you could also call it a new democratic forum, or you could call it other things. But that could be interesting to find something which is open enough to cover the aspects you're talking about, but perhaps controlled as a cultural center is. In a way, curated as a cultural center might be, driven as an artistic project with a strong social, democratic, whatever, responsibility and opening, but not a political tool and not a financial instrument. That could be interesting to find that, because there would be autonomy but openness. That might, I don't know, I'm just throwing it up as a possibility. But what are you going to do about all this? Because you must have had subjects, firstly about, do you think there's a need in the city for another kind of cultural structure, which is between, because festivals are often faced this about how do they become part of the everyday and not just the extraordinary? How do they extend their influence because they have a huge platform? How do they do that? They need to transform to something else. This is one force. And the other, a place like this needs not only lots of input, it also needs focus, putting together, structuring. So do you see anything that could be fit together there?
Yeah, so I come from the production part, so I want to speak about these conditions you need as a producer. So I'm working as an architect, but in an interdisciplinary field since 14 years. And I want to tell you about Graz in Aarhus. So it is a sort of creation center. And it is really interesting, inspiring space. So we had the chance to develop their project and install it in the frame of Media Architecture Biennale in 2014, November. And so it is a space which has exhibition spaces, it has workshops, it has a lounge where you can have breakfast and where you have lunch, and you have rooms for artists. And so whenever you come there, you find people you can speaking with, you can discussing with, you can exchange your experiences. And it's a really, really interesting atmosphere. So we've found there a really good space to bring our projects to a certain maturity, because we had there 1 week rehearsals with performer and architects and composer and programmer. And it was really inspiring. And what was inspiring? There were people from all over the world coming there. They had, of course, artists, they had people from companies, they had people from the academic world. And those people, and they also had interns coming from Sydney, New York, working there for free, just to be there, just to see this context. So that was really great also for us. But there is a big but. I also discussed a lot with artists there. They are not in this network, and now I come to this what you said, you did before. It's about this, who are in and who is out, you know? So who is included and excluded. So this whole structure, of course, swallows a lot of money. And if you're not managed to get in the network, then you have problems to find their money to make your projects. And I think this we have to be careful about, to have a well-balanced structure and, of course, an openness. Because I think such creation center, what it can help, it can bring projects and problems to a certain maturity, to a certain, to keep it complex during development. If you work in the disciplinary, you have the possibility to let the complexity high. So not to be too specific, yeah? And I think this is the advantage of such a context, to have this open innovation, open spaces, and finally also open heart, you know. So I think, yeah, definitely Graz maybe needs such a creation center. But of course, we have also to be careful that there is also enough space for the people who might be not included or who want to work in another environment.
Yeah, clear. Joanna, did you ever feel that your center was closed or limited, or how did you try and, I mean, contemporary dance is not something that more than maybe 10% of the population normally would see if you're lucky. How do you make something like that democratic and open? Because this project is one of the best efforts I've ever seen. You don't include everybody physically, but mentally, symbolically, you include everybody. So it is possible to be completely open while having to be also very strict, because there is only 365 days in a year, and there's only one sunset going up, one sunset going down. So you can't just say that's undemocratic. You just say, well, that's the rule of the game, so we do that. So how do you play that game of being, you might say, not elitist, but having artistic vision and being open and having a national center? How do you manage that?
I'm not there anymore.
Right. Well, then you can tell us how it really went.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure how that works in the sense of running these kind of projects that I was running in these very elitist institutions, which today, not in terms of public, in terms of the funding bodies, are completely reinforcing bigger performances on stage with 20 dancers. And you're like, but where do we play a piece today with 20 dancers? How do I pay those 20 dancers? How do I bring the economy to the choreographic center? And in that sense, this project is very interesting because the people are convinced. The funding bodies were convinced as well. But in some ways, perhaps there was a friction point where they weren't able to embrace these very important elitist structures working in public space, which for them in France, I think, has a real problem of identity and is not yet installed as a real art form. The proof, for example, this piece, The Vigil, in the beginning, as an artist, of course, I went to the SACD, the Royal Society of Dramatic Authors, and I lodged The Vigil and said, okay, I'm the author of this work, like all of my choreographic work. And they said, but no, how can we possibly take on this work? It's not a piece. I said, yes, but it is a piece. And they said, but there is no public. And I said, yes, it is a public. It's a town. And they said, but there is no time. I said, yes, it starts at 5:21 on July the 21st. And then it's, so, and we went on like this. They said, there's no design. I said, there is a design. There are designers. They said, there is no rehearsal. So we went through this whole list of things that for them qualified what would enable them to take on and represent this work with the body of all of my works as an author. And I knew what they were saying to me. What they were saying to me was, if we accept this work, Joanne, we're going to get other people, other artists trying to get their works represented by the Royal Society. And we don't want performers to be part of this. But I think also for me, the public have changed. And this for me really is the key. Because I think that today we're not living in a society where the public want to be told what to do. I think here when I'm performing for a public or when we're talking, you're all internet users and maybe 2/3 of you are gamers. So playing games has a certain mentality. Maybe you're joining social media. And so maybe you're really curating yourself today and you're choosing which news articles you're going to publish on your wall so that you also are a curator and a publisher like I am. And this for me is the key. It's really the people and the public who we can bring with us to get to a point where perhaps the funding bodies cannot refuse any longer to hear what is being said.
Andrea, would you like to come back on some of the things that have been commented on and perhaps also develop this idea about how you could see that whatever center structure it is, it could try to engage openly, well knowing that it's impossible to have everybody, but how could you see that work, or how do you imagine that?
Maybe I just would like to add something to her comment. Is it okay? Okay, because there is another term which is stressed a lot was stressed a lot during this day, and this is the term public. And I don't think that there is something like the public which we can include, but public is always a thing or a process which is a kind of where different, again, groups of actors with different interests act with each other. And the question is always how in this process of making a kind of public space or something like that, or whatever it might be, the question is always who are the role models, the leading figures, also when it's connected to the question of art production. And when we are in such a space, so that's really maybe it's just a question, not a statement. When we're in a space where I know, okay, this is a space which is made by an investor and so on and so on. So and we know that there is in contemporary times there is a very strong capitalist and economic logic in general, which also drives artistic production. We always have to think about, is this the kind of public we want to have? So, or is it more a kind of critical statements which artists and so on make to produce this public, to make this process of public going on? And how are we influenced in our productions and in our statements when we act in such a context of a creation center or something like that, when we know about this, or does that make, or doesn't it matter?
Well,
so it's also a question for you, who is a kind of priest of this creative class and creative industries.
Well, I think the city has a definite role to play here, of course, because I think the city must make sure that they have on the one hand, the interests of the artists at stake, and ensure there is artistic freedom, and ensure that they do things not because they're either told to or have to. There is an artistic choice to be made. You may choose the directors or whatever as you may do, but that must be a decision. And then you have to make sure that, of course, it is accessible to the largest possible number of people on many different levels, not just to come, but also to be consulted, also to be involved and be educated, whatever. So I think that's it. But those models are, of course, possible to achieve within, I would say, within a privately driven area here. I think definitely you could do that, but you have to protect and you have to support and you have to lead. I mean, you have to formulate. I don't see really at that level a conflict of interest. I do see a conflict of interest if you will say, well, it's up to the owners, it's up to the investors whether they want a cultural center, whether they want to invest in arts. And yes, it might go wrong, and it probably will do. But I think that is in your power to create a balanced situation, make sure that the good of the city and the citizens, and I think it's very good that you flag up that you don't talk about publics or audiences, but you talk about citizens. And I think it's very important that arts institutions or artists or creators talk about citizens, because it's not just about securing as large an audience from citizens, but it's actually using the experience with arts to empower them and change them as citizens to become more critical and aware and informed about their reality. So I think that two-way thing is very, very important. But you can also, you might say, write that into the brief. I mean, as far as I can see, you're in a strong position to define the frameworks and define and set the bar. This will mean that you'll have to interfere with a privately run system, but you must do that as early as possible, as far as I can see.
I do not think that we are in a strong position. I do not, because the others are stronger so far. The city, the politics. One detail, yeah? There is a person called the Reininghaus coordinator, yeah? We haven't, since 2 or 3 years,
is he here?
Is this person.
He's here, isn't he?
He never was at anything, at any event concerning Reininghaus. He just sits in the Rathaus, in the town hall, yeah? And if you go to the mayor, yeah, and say, hey, we're strong, we have good ideas, he says, well, tell the Reininghaus coordinator, because he's the person who coordinates all this stuff. But he's a phantom, yeah? He's waiting for his retirement as a Reininghaus coordinator. That's also a joke, but it's a joke that is, in Graz, it's reality, yeah? So I don't think we are strong. We are strong, yes, but we are not strong enough so far to make all these ideas we have and all these aspects, and we are so smart and we are so, yeah. But my question, I have no answer so far. What should we do tomorrow to tell them that we are that strong? You suggested we are.
I just think you stay here then.
What?
You have a vigil. You make a vigil from here.
Yeah, and send it to the Reininghaus coordinator.
I think you have one person here all the time to protect the interests of the citizens and the artists, or on the top there.
But
and you make it a symbolic process.
I can also imagine that you force the attention to this place by art, by
I think you do
by infecting this
we
area.
We did this in the years before, but it was not enough. Yeah, the area is too big, so we need more power. Yeah. There were artistic, also La Strada, several times. And we had this. We had also this international symposiums during the years. You cannot get any information about the development of this city, of this area. There is almost no website for this. The city has a website, but it's not website.
There's no information.
No, there's no information. There's almost no information from the owners in there. There is nothing. There's something like a black hole here in the green area.
Andrea, can you not commission these people to actually come up with a?
We try. Yeah. We are on our mission to do this, but that's a quest and a task and everything. What you can imagine. We are not at our goal. Director Werle is optimistic. Maybe I should also be optimistic again, but it's not easy.
So the good news, the artists are strong enough. So I think, no, because the artists are working and producing, and also there are a lot of contexts like Forum, like Werner, also with Organisation, and so there are some hubs. They are doing already such small creation centers. So, but now it's the question if we should install in Reininghaus. So I think this is also a huge question in this room. And I think if we are carefully and really, it's a sort of programming.
We are careful enough over the years.
How it can be organized, and who is in, and how you can come in, and that it's open enough, then I think it would be worth to try it.
I think we were too careful, maybe, yeah? We were not strong enough because we were too careful and, okay, let's wait, and they try, and it's just a little...
but it's true, it needs a critical mass. You need to have a critical mass.
Yeah.
And you do it, you can't just keep on nudging. At one time you have to take the step, and you might say force the issue. Of course you have to do that. You have to do it tactically at the right time with the media and so on, without doing it too much that the owners or whatever, the investors, they completely back off. But I think you have, and that's a sort of psychological thing and a media thing. And that's why I think is perhaps the weakness of the process until now, as far as I see it, very superficial, very much on the outside, is that it's been rather uncoordinated, it's been rather ad hoc, and it leads to people doing things in frustration or because they can. And that way the energy just dissipates, it just disappears, and it lessens. I think you have to go into try and generate another spiral, an upward spiral. You have to generate things which you go from strength to strength and have a definite starting point. And this is as good as time as any to have a definite starting point. And if you haven't achieved something within this year, I think the case would be lost, because all the major decisions, as we heard from the architect and others, are being made now. And so time is short, and some things work better in compressed time. Some things are actually, because you have to make what you call a positive decision-making environment. In creating a positive decision-making environment, and then things can work, if you understand that. But so I think actually you've got quite a positive situation, and I don't know if he's completely off the table or off the record when I spoke to the owner of this part for an hour or so, or 2 hours actually, the first day, and I think he understands intuitively what the potential might be, but I think he's completely out of his depth as regard how to not misuse that, how to not get so involved, how to be not pushed around, how to be not misled or mistrusted or whatever. I think he's completely nervous about, there's no safety net for him. And I don't know how, I think he's paralyzed. But I think he has an understanding, I think he has a will, and I also think he has the economy, which is robust enough to be able to manage something. So I think in a way you have to take the lead. I think in a way you have to take the initiative and say, are you coming this way?
Could there be a possible way to suggest something like you mentioned before, this mobile think tank, yeah, or this container, or this just to install a location here? That's, for me, this is a creation center also. It's a creation center about the qualities and all the things we would like to have here, because we are thinking about in which city we will live in. And so,
I think that'd be fantastic.
If we can suggest this, I'm still not positive if this will happen. If we suggest this one thing, just install it, just give us a little financing for 1 year or 2 years, yeah, to install this platform. Yeah? Maybe a first step, but maybe not. I don't know.
I think it could be a good idea. I mean, it would be,
Well, in a way, I think to be very practical at the same time, I think use the force of temporary actions, and that's why I come back to the link with the festival. A festival can provoke things, can give good examples, and now can I have some slides, because just to be a little bit optimistic about you can compare the processes. In Holland, Holland is for a big part below water level, so there's huge amounts of public money spent to protect the country. But it's more and more difficult for the national government to decide on their own. So now, in a way, to make the bridge, we are offering our festival, our place on the island, for a debate ground on how to reconstruct the dikes, because it's a big issue. People want to be protected, but there's, from nature side on, there's an urge for more open dikes, for more natural ways of keeping the water outside. But in fact, it's a big public debate. So now, before starting this debate, we have some playground in which artists come with ideas and show them. And suddenly, there's very interesting conversations of people who would normally not meet, but now they're there on the island, they speak with each other, and next year they come back. So establish this conversation. I think that's what you're looking for here, is use the most creative ways of establish this conversation, and not on a free base. There should be commitment. That's, so these were some images for this project. But
good.
Come
on
to
that,
our
on
festival.
that positive note, Case, we will end the session. Thank you very much, and we have a short coffee. Okay, thank you. Well, as the last speaker today, the last formal speaker, Hugo Bergs, is going to make a presentation. Are you collecting them, are you? Is that the ones that didn't come? Typical, absolutely typical. You can, okay. Maybe you can have 2 minutes speaking time then, if you collect enough votes. Oh, because we've got quite a strict power structure here, as everywhere else apparently in this town. Yeah. Hugo is from Dommelhof, which is a production center, and also runs a theatre festival. So, yeah. So I think he's going to start with commenting the last discussion and then into his presentation. But he won't use more than 30 minutes, will he? No.
Yeah, perhaps I will start. The others will join us soon, I guess. I wanted to start actually before I do my PowerPoint presentation to give some comment on what was told before in the last session, because to understand what I'm going to present is that our structure Dommelhof, everything which you are going to see is possible only with public money. In Flanders, to work in art in a structural base is actually not possible by private funding. It's important to understand the difference. That is already a long time ago that our governments, I must speak in plural, had a decision to make art accessible for a lot of people, art and education. And that's also the starting point of my presentation. It's the reason why Dommelhof was built in the late 60s. It was to have a network of cultural centers which made it possible for the normal audience who are not used to go to the theater, to the ballet, or to the national orchestra, that they also could enjoy art. In this case, for us, it was performing art. Of course, there were the big structures as the National Ballet and National Orchestra and Opera and so on. But in the countryside or in the smaller villages and towns, there was barely anything. So then the governments decide we start to have a network of cultural centers. It's an official term. So I'm going to tell a bit about Dommelhof. Dommel is a small river that runs over our site. Where do we push here? No. Oh, just that. So Dommelhof is a provincial institute. Provincial, I think, in Austria they use the term region. So Limburg is our province. It's like Asturia is here, the region, I guess. And the province of Limburg is about 850,000 people living there. It's good to know that there are no big cities in that region. And that's also why our province has a long tradition of provincial cultural policy. You see where the province is situated in our small country. You see also 850,000. That's not even the inhabitants of a big city. Then Neerpelt is in the north of our province, and combined with two communities, we have about 16,000 inhabitants. We are 40 kilometers away from Hasselt, which is our capital of the province. And it's the same distance to the capital of Brabant's main provincial capital, Eindhoven. And Maastricht is the capital of the province with the same name, Limburg, but then in the Netherlands. We're about 100 kilometers away from Antwerp, Brussels, and Liège, and about 160 kilometers away from Ghent, Amsterdam, and Cologne. So it situates a little bit our position in Europe. We call that the region, and the 16,000. I want to make a quick comparison by the area here, which is going to be built for 12,000 people. That's about the amount of the people who actually live in our village, Neerpelt, because the 16,000 is combined by another community with us. Then the history. Oops, I have to stay here. So there was in early 60s a decision to build Dommelhof. It opened in 67, 68 as the first cultural center in Flanders. Actually, it was built as a theater school, but during construction, those policy came of have arts more democratic and accessible for everybody. They decided to make not a school, but to make it as a cultural center. But as it was intended to be a school, we will see afterwards our infrastructure. It's quite easy to understand why the site is the size it is now. So that times it was called Provinciaal Centrum voor Sociaal-Cultureel Vormingswerk, translated as the Provincial Center for Social and Educational, for Cultural and Educational work. On the bottom line, you see all the names we had during the years. There you see also that is a kind of political influence on that part. In 78, we had the first festival for puppetry. It was also an international, well-recognized festival. In 85, it became the provincial center for culture and sports, so the name changed significantly because in the meanwhile we had also built a sports center. In 88, we had the first edition of our festival called Theater op de Markt. I have to look here, it's easier. In 95, we became the provincial center for theater and the provincial sports center, so we had two titles. Because at that time we also started the first creation center for theater only. To work to co-produce 2-3 theater pieces a year, and that was the first time that we were involved with co-production creation. Then we had also our festival moving around in the province because it was a bit strange that we had at that time already quite a big edition of Theater op de Markt in our little village with public money from the province. So they decided that we move around the province with our festival. We did that for a few editions, but in 2000 we made an agreement between the festival and our capital Hasselt that we do the festival there for the next editions. Then also again changed our name in Provinciaal Domein Dommelhof. And in 2007, we started a new work in Dommelhof, which was called Tact, which will be explained later. So the milestones actually were the opening in 67 as the first cultural center of Flanders. In 94, we changed toward the Creation Center for theater only at that moment. In 2001, we got the first subvention from Flanders community for the festival. In between 2003 2005, we got a special subvention for production and development of street art and new circus. The special subvention was especially for our province meant, as they considered us as a little bit poor compared to the other provinces. And just recently we got a new approval of the dossier of, again, significant subvention for the festival. Here have you an aerial view of our site. It's about 10 hectares, 18,000 square meters of buildings with a theater, a residence space, offices, of course, an hotel, a restaurant, atelier or workshop, outdoor circus spaces, a sports center, sports possibilities outdoor, and then our park, which is actually a sound forest. Yes. Hotel is perhaps a big name for what it is, but there can sleep about 135 people. The rooms are basic, but clean and modern, but it's not a luxury hotel. Not so bad, no. So here you see an inside of our theater. That's a small theater, 365 places, a stage of 12 by 10. You see the outside a little bit. Our hotel and restaurant. It's architecture of late 60s, as you can see. The right picture is the hotel, let's say, which will be renovated this year to make it more isolated and adapted to the norms we have now for our ecological footprint. A sports center, which is quite big, with also an athletics arena, an official Olympic thing, and the sound forest. It's a park with a permanent installation, exhibition of music, sound installations, I must say, which is quite successful and has a lot of interested visitors. The Sound Forest is a cooperative project with another organization on our site. It's called Musica. So creation and co-production in Dommelhof is linked to 3 actions: to the festival, which is a festival of circus, open air and site-specific theater, and to TACT, which is a spin-off of the festival production know-how, let's say, to work also indoor on theater, dance, installation work, and so on. There's also cooperation projects, but of which I'm not going to tell anything else today. So we do make creations in Dommelhof. We facilitate productions and we present those productions. And it's a place for new circus, theater, street arts, art in public space, and site-specific theater. So the new recognition within the Flemish circus degree I just mentioned, with a significant subvention of €380,000 a year for 5 years, both for presentation and co-production. By this, we become the biggest festival for circus and street and site-specific theater in Belgium. And since 2015, since just recently, the only one with a structural financing of 5 years. The festival is organized in a formula. In the even years, it's a festival. It's a city festival, so it's art in public space. And in the odd years, it's the circus, which we do in Dommelhof. So in the even years, we are in in summer, in the beginning of August, in the even years in Hasselt, and we see some pictures. You already see that it's a festival for a large audience. The festival goes over 4 days, and it's yeah, you see some pictures. You see that there's also theater in the festival. There is also acrobatics and circus, and the picture below, you can imagine what that is. They all look up. So in the odd years, we are in Dommelhof at our own site. Dommelhof becomes a kind of circus village. And on the sports fields, we put the tents, and then we have several places to present circus work. It's, as I said, a festival meant for that it should be accessible for a large audience. In Hasselt, we reach about 120,000 visitors on those 4 days. And our audience is really mixed. Adults, children, experts. With experts, I mean people who are used to go to theater or to have kind of experience with art forms. And also the occasional visitor and the passenger by. On those 4 days, we show 40 to 50 different productions. Those productions, 40, 50, which is rather a lot, is the result of European-wide scouting for good shows and make a severe selection of what is what you can buy on the market, let's say, and what is possible for us to present in Hasselt. And of course, we show also the creations made in Dommelhof, which were co-productions or co-financed by the festival. Because we do a lot of co-production, co-financing, we call ourselves a creation festival. That's an evolution in our history a little bit, because before we did no creation, we just bought the shows, showed them to the audience, but now it's changed a lot towards be involved with the production, with the artists, to make things together and then show it to our audience. So why we think it's a festival in a real context, not on the part of, not only on the part of showing it, but also on the part of co-producing it, as well in public space as in the nature, as in a rural environment or park. The selection is internationally and Flemish. Flemish is quite important to mention because when we started with the festival, the main things you would see there are French and Spanish, big companies with impressive shows, and there were barely Flemish artists that performed in the street. There were some, but thanks to initiatives as we have in Dommelhof, that we could support them, the more and more artists came out of their comfort zone and went to the street to try to do things in public space. So actually it made a quite significant difference for several Flemish artists that there was a production center in Flanders for street arts, for art in public space. Yeah, this explains a little bit the criteria on what we are showing in the festival. So it should be artistic challenging. There will be premieres, special projects, inter or cross-disciplinary. Disciplinary? Yeah. Actually, it's a mix of all kind of presentations, because we're targeting on a very large audience. There should be presentations that are easy accessible, easy to understand, and so on. But I will see also more arty things, perhaps very contemporary dance, installation work, and so on. It's a mix of aesthetics, of communication with the audience, but we always try to have it on a very high artistic level. But I said that there are three actions, but I talk about two. We had the festival, and the next thing I want to talk about is TACT. TACT is then producing, supporting artists on the indoor performing arts. So actually it's the same policy. We try to make creations, to co-produce, and to present the artists we support in our center. And it's the initial idea to start with TACT was actually to support our regional talent, very young artists, to give them support, which they would find much more difficult elsewhere, to have their first own work, to have a place to improvise, to try things, and so on and so on. But of course, we operate in a larger network, let's call it Flanders, and we have to consider them as well to be able to have a kind of synergy between the different organizations in Flanders. So that's why we didn't stick only to our regional artists, but looked further away, because often working together in a network of several similar organizations is very important for the artists you support. So focus on development of talent. And yeah, of course, we have a lot of applications, but there's a kind of selection by about 20 criteria. But it's always the main reason is the artistic potential. We give them residencies, other support, or the first contact with audience. We organize tryouts for them. We make sure that they got some feedback on what they are doing, and so on. TACT is also, for the province of Limburg, the only place where such a thing happens. Of course, in other provinces in Flanders, there are several similar organizations, workspaces where you can do the same thing as you can in Dommelhof, art center that will support young artists, or not so young artists, but good projects. But in Limburg, we are the only one. In Flanders, we are the only one that supports art in public space and new circus. Of course, we collaborate with other players in the field, for instance, with other creation centers, as there's always an example behind WP Zimmer, with companies, the Quaces, the theater company, with alternative management agencies, as Action Scenic, for instance, or alternative theater houses, as Campo in Ghent, with individual artists, with cultural centers, other cultural centers in our province, for instance, C-Mine in Genk, and also with the Academy of Theatre in Maastricht in Holland. So we combine sometimes the efforts in the field of creation in our creation center, so for circus theater and street arts, or art in public space, and or TACT initiatives around theater, physical theater and dance. Sometimes it creates spillovers and artists from different fields discovering each other in our center, which is quite nourishing, I think you see. Our audience has the opportunity to find very different artwork, new disciplines, crossovers, and so on. And the professionals then that way get surprised by what we are showing and doing. At least that's what we hope. What are we then actually offering to those artists? We can offer residency, co-production, co-financing, coaching and feedback, logistic support. Doesn't seem so important, but logistic support can be very substantial. For instance, in our workshop, we can make a scenography for a theater piece or a dance piece, or for a circus artist. Technical support with advice on lighting, on sound, on traveling, and so on. Publicity by presenting them, and we offer them also the networks in which we are involved. We also offer, and this is for us, perhaps what makes it a little bit specific and more valuable, is that it can work in a certain context. As you could see, Domelov is in the north of the province, has nothing to do. We are in a forest, and that makes them that they are in a protected environment. They are not distracted by other things in the city. They stay focused on the work. They actually get up on a decent time in the morning. They are completely free to work. They have an access code and they come in and out whenever they want. And it's they have a lot of time and space to create what they want. So we're creating actually a great opportunity and collaboration. They have also, if this, mainly we co-produce or support towards a final product. The projects we are choosing should survive. That's the main intention. But there's also room for experiment, to develop, to write, to try things. Our actual input is 225,000 euro a year for co-producing. The infrastructure, of course, a bed and meals, and, excuse me, and our team, administration, clean, artistic, logistic, about 35 people are there involved, not only, of course, for the Creation Center, and a lot of energy. The output is then the results, and the impact of our Creation Center can be defined on different levels. Impact on the audience, on the organization, artistic, economic, and social. Our audience impact results of the work we do and the presentations we do in the festival and other forms. And together with other things happening on our site, we reach 300,000 visitors a year, of which there are, for instance, for the festival in Hasselt, 120,000. And for the festival in Neerpelt, the circus, is 15,000. And we have about 6,500 presentations, not only for our own work, I must say. So 35, 40 different projects. Each year we collaborate with about 400 artists, if we count them all together. Last year we had 600 production days and 4,500 overnights. The artistic impact is quite significant. I also mentioned already in the beginning of the presentation that in the early days of the festival there were barely Flemish artists that were willing or daring to work in public space. Now there are a lot more. Also on New Circus, we would never had the quality, for instance, for Circus Ronaldo, if it wasn't have been for Domelov, because at that time it was a dying family circus, and thanks to a lot of input, not only from us, but they changed toward a more contemporary and modern way of using their skills in a circus style. But also on young talent, you see here the name of Joke Emmers, which is from our village, a very talented actress. Judith Kleisters is a young dancer, which we support, and which gives them opportunity during the years. It's a long time process, but we hope they will reach the level in their career that they want to reach. The impact for us all is also having been part of a lot of wonderful creations. So you do that work, but you need some satisfaction out of it also. We often hear the reaction of artists who are in residence and who are supported by estates. There are very few locations where artists get so much room and time to actually to be concentrated on their work and the surrounding and the nice team we have. There is an economic impact as well. The study of the Flemish Theatre Institute, they made a big study because out of the politics there was a lot of comment why does art has to cost so much money, why so much public money goes to art, why art is necessary. So we turned it over the economic way, and the calculations were made. It was a big study, and every euro the Flemish government invests in art gives a return of an additional €1.50. From the tourist industry, they calculated that if somebody goes to a festival for a day or to a city to see a performance, if you see it as a day trip, they spend average €38 in that city. If we turn that to Hasselt, and we have 120,000 visitors, times €38 generates 4.5 million. But we put some question marks behind those figures. But anyway, it's surely an indication that there is an important, a significant turnover on an economic viewpoint. And then, of course, social impact. And there I want to come back to the discussion which just happened before my presentation. It has been for the decision for the politics in the in the mid-60s, let's say, to build a center in our province and to have several cultural centers in our province and Dommelhof in Neerpelt. It took about 40 years, 50 years, to have the recognition that in Limburg there are not only peasants and miners. There are also people involved with art, and a lot of good things happen there. Actually now a lot of very talented, important artists looking towards Neerpelt to see if they can work there. They used to look at Ghent and Antwerp and Brussels. So the presence of Dommelhof in such a small village made quite a significant turn in the perception of the rest of Flanders that Limburg also had potential, had also artists, and that there were also possibilities. But of course, it's the effort of a team of people who are motivated and engaged to continue that. And of course, politics who found it very important to do that and to help that and to support it with money and with also vision. So, and that also relates a little bit to be included or excluded, which was quite a significant remark, but we think that the way we are in our history, why we are there, and why we do the work we do now, and related to the audience, I think inclusion of the audience is one of our main concerns. So, social impact. These are the 3 question marks we constantly have in our minds. It's a bit abstract perhaps, but should we disturb or attract by what we are doing? Can we leave structural marks? Yes, we can. How can we leave visible traces? Then I remember your opening picture. This was a very strong visual trace, but you can also see it in another way. Have you seen a very nice performance? Does it stay in your mind? Can you revisualize it after a week? And so on and so on. So it's a matter of quality as well, but also real traces. We hope we change the city and its inhabitants by every artistic intervention we invited. Finally, some PR, an invitation to our next circus festival, which happens end of October, beginning November, in Dommelhof-Neerpelt. There's a direct flight from Graz to Düsseldorf, and then it's a 1-hour drive. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hugo. We had an insight there into a major production center, which works locally, nationally, and internationally on several fronts and has an array of facilities. It would just about fill the whole of this area, I think. So maybe there's a takeover bid on the way with all the money floating around in Belgium. But it actually gave us an idea of how such centres might look, but it also can be done in other ways, of course, on a much lower level. Now the final podium discussion, if we've got any energy left, and let's try and not go over what's been said, but maybe take account of what's been said. So we either sum up or we go new ways, but don't just say the same things. There's been quite a bit of repetition, which shows that there are some questions hanging deeply and still unanswered after many years. And there are some relationships which don't seem to be functioning fully. But let's have the panel members here. I think we don't have any names, but we don't need them. We have Wolfgang Rock and Stefan Leutel from the architecture company. If they don't come, you can come instead, eh? Okay. Who were here yesterday actually and gave a presentation, so thank you for coming back. Rainer Rosecker, sociologist, should also be here, yes. And then we have Astrid Kuri, Academia Graz, who is still here, yes. Ludovic Nobelu, artist, Company X. Sorry, Ludovic. Good. And then we have Cohen the Prater, choreographer and performer. Yeah. And Werner, you are allowed to come on the podium at the last as the last speaker and tell us what we forgot to say. Okay. Well, it has quite a complicated introduction here, and I don't really know if we really want to go so much into that. How can creative processes be designed to offer artists the best possible conditions for realizing new projects, while simultaneously encouraging the exchange of ideas in a supernatural context? Wow. No, I don't think so, because I don't think we want to go that way. I think we'll just say, given that we're talking so far about production centers which are of a new caliber, new character, given that we're aware there are strong social political forces to open such a center up, given that there are already places and structures in Graz which are producing some things, this is perhaps another kind of format we're looking at, a hybrid format or a crossover format. But I'd rather you talk more loosely about how you see such a structure. What do you think such a structure, such a format, the impact might have in the city or something like that? I don't think we really want to go into detailed processes and describe how the inner workings might be. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, really. So I think you can take this how you want to go, and particularly as we've got also architects on board. I don't think we're looking at something necessarily which has a performative context. I mean, we're talking about arts, design, architecture, you might say the creative sector, very generally. Do you see the need and how much such a center, a kind of a new Bauhaus thing, I've got just all of a sudden sort of flashed up. How do you see such a center and what are the needs and potential in Graz? Where is the creative potential? What are the needs? Who might benefit from it? And how it might fit into the you might say to the city as you know it? Is that a bit broader and a bit okay? No. Ludovic is playing up, I think. Yeah.
Something I want to say,
yes.
Because I work within these networks, and I think it's a special situation in Graz and in Styria. We have a very good communication basis between all people working in the art field. This is artists themselves, as well as cultural institutions, and also a little bit, but not at all, also in the political field and in the public. So we have a special situation where people are connected, have a good communication basis. And people are already working in those fields of looking for new audiences, looking for new formats, working with neighborhoods. And they all did it not on a political purpose or not on a question of from an official side. They did it because they just live within these neighborhoods and they just did some work, like Baudo was working in the 80-20, this is the other side of Graz, where everything which is dirty and it's not so representable happens, not so anymore, but has been. And also Rota worked in the neighborhood Annenviertel, so they really created a specific form of communication between audience and cultural institutions and art. Also Forum Stadtberg, I just mentioned now institutions that are working in this area. This is La Strada, definitely. It is Landwirbel next to me. Rainer Rosager is not anymore in this context, but it's always a kind of a connection, neighborhood working, focusing on social questions. And yeah, we can, I was really a little bit depressed from the process of the discussion today. We started quite optimistic in the morning, I thought so, and we ended a little bit not so optimistic or more depressed in the end now, concerning the possibility or how strong is the art field in Graz or in general. And I think because of this communicative structure we have here, it has a high potential. It has it's really a huge critical mass. Architektur Sommer sits here at Markus Bogensberger. There's a lot of networks here, and we can put all this energy together and you make a lot of pressure. This is possible. And concerning a production center, I was thinking about this really complicated question here, and to me, art is more like a basic research. So it's difficult when it comes to forms of instrumentation or an accessoire, as you told us before, Heidrun, because I think there should always be freedom. There's enough restrictions already, and this is the financial framework is getting tighter and tighter, and you always. It was so good to hear about. You said that about keep on dreaming and visioning, because you lose that in this kind of situation you're getting. It's narrowing from year to year, and keep up this freedom and this freedom to vision and to dream. This is the most important thing. And whether you do it in a building or you support just the networks and let them exist further from a political point of view, I think it does not matter that much, but they need the support and they need to be appreciated that they are here, and they create a mindset of openness that contributes to the city.
Okay, right, that's a good start. Positive start, energetic. Okay, who wants to take on from there? Werner? Yeah.
Yes, I think
these questions we write on here, it's, for me, it always was very, I wanted to be also provocative to the city and also to the situation here, because we heard there is a big lack of information. People are not very happy with the information they get from here, from the development process. And so, as we were working here since 2006 with different projects, the first we did was with Komplexkammerkaffernöm, and they deal with the history of the place already in 2006. And so we were always thinking we should engage ourselves and the festival also on this place. But our creation center, the idea of our creation center is the whole city, and it ever was. But this question of, is it interesting to put a creation center inside of this new part of the city, is a provocation, because we want to provoke that it's thought about that. And what we want to provoke is, we want to provocate artists and also the city and architects and everyone to work here together and to think about the new city. And this is what we wanted to do, and what it should be, what it could be for me in the future, is a place where we could invest our energy to, as a festival. We are a festival, 9 days. We work here 9 days. We invite a lot of audience. They come here when we ask them to come. But we also think it's a good idea to work the whole year. There is our storage over there. And all what we have, it's not a lot, but it's stored. And what we could do in a bigger space, we could put it like this, and we could offer it already to artists. And we just take the same amount of energy, also of budget, and we put it to a room. And if we get the owners, the investors, the city, and very important, other institutions, of cultural institutions, to work with us together, I think we could create something here, which is for the process of 12 years or 15 to create and to parallel to work here, to develop this place, and maybe then it could be changed or turned into a cultural center or whatever. And this is my vision of what it could be.
Fine. Anyone wants to? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. And so there are a lot of things said, so it's not easy to add on, but maybe just to underline different aspects. So about the design processes, my experiences are out of a network being active here in Graz, in a district. So we had been people in the year 2007, neighbors that wanted to establish a neighborhood party or a block party. So we started with 80 people putting the sofas on the street and listening music and having beer. Meanwhile, so in good years, there are 30,000 people joining this neighborhood party. So it growed really. So I think it shows that people in our city really want to get active. So they want to have the places where they can bring themselves in, even if they are artists, even if they are not artists. So they wanted to do some creation processes. And as you mentioned also before, public space in our city is very regulated. So it's not easy to bring this in. This was also the reason why we formulated a manifest in the year 2011. It's similar to this discussion we have here. So we said we want open spaces, we want open exchange and sharing of resources, we want open decision-making processes. So it should be clear and evident that we want to have this, but the response from the decision makers hadn't been that great, as we know. So we also tended to do hacking strategies. So we recognize, don't ask too much, just do it, but do it responsibly. And so for me, these are interesting strategies, how on a friendly way, somehow also can hack systems. And for me, it's a question also, could this be a strategy here in a friendly manner. But also the question for the development of the area, could this be a such called Sonderentwicklungszone, special development zone, thank you very much, where these regulations are not that strict that they have in public rooms. So maybe this private room could also be a chance in this direction.
Good. Yeah, fine. Other comments? Public space?
No, I'll respond later on maybe by
okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 Good. Good. Okay.
We can. Is Wolfgang Kirk is an architect?
Yeah. Would you like to say so, Wolfgang? Yeah.
Because he's also maybe involved in the other part of the city where he built different buildings where Landwirbel.
Yes, we are from the same part of Graz, where Landwirbel is, and we have our office there. And we win this competition. But I think what is the job of an architect? An architect should make rooms, he should make good public spaces, but we cannot make the action. We build buildings, we build the rooms so good as well as we can, and also we build a public space as well as we can, but we cannot make the action. The action is the life, and we can make it so good as we can, but not more.
But
the artists and the people must make the action, I think.
Yeah, but when you're doing public space, I mean, it's hard to make public space within a very regulated system, and if perhaps the users are not that able or willing to get involved to actually help, you might say that, because perhaps the potential of the public space are things which are not wanted or are regulated or whatever, so you have a design brief which is already very limited and strict. So how do you get around that when you're saying good public space if you can't actually design optimal and free?
Ich denke, öffentlicher Raum soll ein Möglichkeitsraum sein.
So I believe public space should be an area where you have possibilities.
Und ich glaube auch, dass der öffentliche Raum nicht zu groß sein darf. Man muss ihn bündeln.
I believe that it should not be too big. You have to bundle it.
Weil wenn er zu groß ist, dann verlieren sich die Menschen darin.
If it's too big, people get lost in this space.
Und ich glaube, dass der öffentliche Raum so sein muss, dass sich die Menschen begegnen müssen.
And it has to be designed in a manner that people must meet each other.
Es müssen Bewegungen über ihn stattfinden, sonst wird er nicht funktionieren.
Movements have to take place across this public space, otherwise it's not going to be a public space.
Und er muss das Wohnzimmer für alle sein.
It has to be the living room for everybody.
Wo wir unsere Eitelkeiten austauschen können, wo wir uns begegnen.
Where we show our vanity, where we meet, where we encounter.
Wo wir miteinander streiten.
Where we fight with each other.
Kurz, wo das Leben stattfindet.
Shortly where life takes place.
Und wo auch Kunst stattfinden soll und kann. Wo auch Kunst stattfinden soll und kann. Einige von uns sind Akteure.
Some of us are actors.
Und andere sind nur Zuschauer.
Others are spectators only.
Und das alles soll eben dort passieren.
And all this should happen in this public space.
Well, given that, do you think the city has the public space it deserves? And do you think the artists and the public have the public space they deserve?
Die Gesellschaft hat den Raum, den sie verdient, das glaube ich schon.
The society has got the space that it deserves. I believe that.
Aber unsere Gesellschaft besteht halt immer mehr aus Egoisten und sozusagen, ja, aus.
But however, our society seems to consist more and more of egotists.
Und wir sind eben nicht mehr bereit, miteinander zu interagieren.
And we're not prepared anymore to interact with each other.
Und wir weichen in vielen Streitereien aus.
We avoid fights.
indem wir uns eben ja, und weichen überhaupt einander aus.
And we avoid each other.
Okay, all right, thank you. A very diplomatic answer. Yes. Okay. All right. So we'll move quietly on. Yeah. When you're doing these street parties, what is the reaction from the neighborhoods, the people, the media, and the police, the fire people, the statutory? I mean, are they positive? Do they want to extend the use, or they are terrorized by it? Or how is the sort of, you might say, because this is going on all over Europe, that people are actually just taking to the streets and doing things because it's too complicated to apply and so on. Sometimes it costs money, and you don't clean up after yourselves, do you, I suppose? Oh, all right. Okay, but so how do you feel? Do you feel there are restrictions and things, or they're passive, they're not enforced because there are greater possibilities and they ought to be used more? Or do you feel there are problems with regarding to regulations and control and whatever?
Okay, many questions. I try to focus on it. In general, we learned that it's very necessary and important to develop a format where different people from cultural contexts, social contexts can join. So beginning from a just normal breakfast in public room, sitting together and having a breakfast, or via different genres of music and arts, also folklore music maybe. It's quite interesting to bring in. So this is a real picture on the diversity this neighborhood has, and so this is why many people really join. Different people really like it and find their own somehow niche, or not niche, or shared room also they can get in. So this we learned during the years. On the other hand side, you asked about officials, how they are reacting differently, I would say. So, for instance, we had one project where street artists made a big painting, and they had a crane somehow got up there, and suddenly the crane was getting troubles, and it was not possible anymore to bring them out of the mud. So we had to call the fireman. Can you help us, please? So we have a big problem here. So they came and told us, yeah, this is neighborhood help. So it's okay, yeah? Because they are also in this district, so very nice. Yeah, they are neighborhood. So it is. On the other hand side, we had very interesting conversation with police, for instance, also, because they are not that chilled when 30,000 people are during the night and making a party, especially on the street, maybe having their bottles, so it's dangerous. And we talked to them, and they told us, yeah, they recognize and they know when they now go in there with a mood of, we are being present, then they react some actions that are not that good, maybe. So this is also quite good functioning. Of course, we have some negative feedbacks when the waste is not away in the morning. So, but this is all a learning process for different sides.
I mean, you were saying before about that there's enough social space in the city, but people want to have their own space. They won't have. So, do you mean that Graz is becoming less tolerant? That there are, you might say, ghettos, is more ghettoized, is being more segregated, or what did you mean by that comment that people want their own space? Because sharing space is a sign of tolerance in a city, and public space is a test of tolerance, you might say. So where an index of 1 to 10 is Graz on that tolerance scale?
Ich glaube, dass das Gemeinsame im Raum irgendwann aufgehört, also irgendwann schlechter geworden ist. Wann ist das passiert, ist die Frage.
I believe that the togetherness in public space sometimes got worse. When it happened, that's the question.
Ich denke, es hängt schon damit im Zusammenhang, wie wir uns halt individuell motorisiert haben.
I think it has to do with the degree that we as individuals motorized ourselves.
Weil eine vierspurige Straße, auf der kann man einfach nicht kommunizieren.
Because on a 4-lane road, you just can't communicate.
Aber wir lieben ja alle unsere Autos.
But we all love our cars.
Und fahren damit.
And drive with our cars.
Also haben wir auch die Nachteile davon.
So we also have to take up with the disadvantages.
Und ich glaube, das Bewusstsein, dass das nicht nur gute Seiten hat, ist in letzter Zeit eher gewachsen.
And the awareness that this does not only have its good sides has grown in the past.
Und ich glaube schon, dass es auch in Graz ein Umdenken gibt, dass man eben den öffentlichen Raum, dass der eigentlich für die Menschen gemacht ist, die sich zu Fuß in dem Raum bewegen und nicht hauptsächlich für die Autos.
And I believe that a rethinking process will take place, that this public space is not only for people who move around in cars, but also for people who walk or, go by bikes.
Thank you. In Edinburgh, they have appointed a design director for the city who looks at quality of the public space. He has control over quality in the way that there have to be standards of, and in my way, he's curating the public space, because now more and more is happening in the public space, but there's often less and less quality. It's just party, 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 whatever. Van, you've been doing festivals for the last many years. How do you see what's happening in the public space and the art or the performance or the installations or the lighting or whatever? Do you think there's enough sense of actually ensuring quality of activity in the public space, whether it's from design to performance to events, whatever, to tents, to structures, to sound, to whatever? Or is the public space being more polluted? Polluted in the sense that it's just anything, anywhere, anyhow, it's just life and it'll create a buzz. But do you think we need to be more aware of the quality of culture in the public space? Because just being free and accessible is maybe not enough. And how do you then manage doing a festival? And is that one of the reasons you're very keen on this center to increase quality?
Yes, but I mean, La Strada is already 17 now, and we did a lot of different things in these years. In the beginning, we more focused on using the city as it is, and focused the focus of the people to their own city to use it again in the summertime, and this is our time when we work. And then it was really nice to see that they appreciated that, and that in the beginning we had discussions about parking spaces with the authorities, and they said, "Oh no, you cannot put the cars away on Freiheitsplatz, because the people are coming to buy in the shops, and so what do we do?" And then I asked them, yes, what do you want, 50 cars or 5,000 people? In the beginning, it was like that. And so, and then they slightly changed their mind, and step by step we opened this. And now it's totally different than in the beginning. In the beginning, there were a lot of big events we did. A lot of people came, visual things. Then Pierre Sauvageau, who used the city as an opera house, and things like that. And now it's more and more interested. We never were interested to put big stages anywhere. We wanted to have the stage on the floor and have a direct contact between artists to use mobile the city. And now we are changing again. We go outside of the center, the city. We go to the neighborhoods. We work with the stories of the people. And I would like to pass the microphone over to Koen, because what we want to do in the future is what he is doing.
What's that?
Hi. So actually, I'm not doing yet. I'm preparing a project. I'm a choreographer. I mostly make stage productions, but I want to go on the street. I want to go to the park, actually. I got really much inspired on a trip to Japan, where I saw people in the park doing the most crazy things. games, dancing, rehearsing, playing music, performing, but also most of the time just leisure time. And I was wondering, like, what if the park, like I come from the city of Antwerp, which is quite multicultural, but at the same time, it's quite provincial in the park. Like people just walk their dog, jog, and maybe have a picnic. But I would really like to open up the space to give a park outside of the center for people to come, to do their hobby, to come and dance, to bring their instruments, to bring food, to gather as much as creative energy in that space. But not only it's an open call, but as well I'm going to curate. I'm going to work with the local music scene, invite bands to come and play. It's not about like a big festival. It's like acoustic little interventions. Professional choreographers will work with amateur dancers. We'll make pop-up choreographies. I will give workshops to the audience so they can join while they pass by, and so on. We have a choir, which is already happening, but I invite them to join and to come to the park, who have 100 to 300 members, and you can join and sing 5 songs in 2 hours together. And so I want to bring this to give this to the city, and to bring this quirkiness that the thing in Japan inspired me to bring it to kind of a European context. And I'm going to try it for the first time in my own city, and yeah, I would love to try it in different cities in the future. Yeah.
I think we'll see how it goes first.
Yeah. No.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not good, eh? Not good. You want to come in now?
Sorry?
You want to come in now?
Yeah, I'll come in now, 'cause I think we're
good. We're there.
a bit depressed.
Yeah, a bit depressed. Yeah.
Yeah, you can stay on stage. Yeah. I need the computer. I need you to leave the stage now. He's been here for about 12 hours holding. So I think I have about 5.5 minutes. Is that it? To go from depression to action. Okay. Okay, so I'm a French director, as you can see. So after years of observation of public space, we thought it was time to bend it around a little by using special techniques. After a couple of years, 10 years in normal staging in theaters and 10 years outdoor theater doing public performance, we were invited in Mons to do a sort of street review. So it's about 10 kilometers of streets, working with the inhabitants of the streets. So it's a map, 10-kilometer map. So we had to take away all the cars. Here we did a thing for the babies because there's no space for babies in streets. And so we worked really with the inhabitants. And the more we work with the inhabitants, the more we discovered how the city participants were really ready to go out and really not bother without knowing if it's legal or not what they were doing, but they were really willing to take up space. We worked with about 900 people. And so we decided to create a de-driving code, which is a sort of code to reassure participants, citizens, whether or not what they're doing is legal or illegal. So a first assessment is that we know very little about what we can do in public space. However, we are constantly reminded of what we cannot do. So for my part, I often feel like a total irresponsible hooligan when I'm in the streets. When I see all those signs telling me what I can't do this, I can't do that. I never see a sign telling me, you know, come and sit down, kiss somebody, or have fun, or just take place. So that would be good in architecture to also have permissive spaces where kids can know that here you can play soccer, here you can, you know, kiss a girl, here you can do this, you can do that. Very permissive spaces. I think people need now to know what they can do. So yeah, this is about this kind of space that you have in cities. You know, you have a big trash can and you have a bench, and yeah, have a nap, guy. But let's stay calm, okay? So let's not get too political. So even as it is political. So this code will be like, it's not a code of misconduct, it's a code against ignorance. So it will be very seriously conceived with lawyers, critics, programmers, and artists. The G-driving code should have the legitimacy of a code. So we've already started the work, and we already have 2 master classes which have chosen the G-driving code, 2 law master classes, as innovative pedagogical projects in Paris and Marseille. So watch out, we're serious. Even if I don't look serious, the project is really serious. So we're going to work on real legal issues. The G-driving code aims to be a self-defense mechanism, a weapon, something you can pull out when you're just trying to have a public life. Because there's a lot of things we can do in public space, but since we don't know them, we don't do them, or we destroy public space because it's reprehensive. So the written law has a lot of positive things, because but since we don't know what we can do with it, and since our auto-censorship is so strong, we often don't do anything. Well, I think it's time for a little pause here. These are the types of actions anyone can do. This is a level 3 degree action. So we have different levels in G-driving actions, like the Richter, how do you say, magnitude scale. This is on the degree 3. You can do that on your own or with a couple of people. This was done in the 8th arrondissement in Paris, very posh neighborhood. As long as you clean up behind, you can do this. It's incredible what you can find in trash cans in this posh neighborhoods. So here we just decided to have a little bit of champagne and to have a good time. So de-driving oneself is not a sport for athletes or revolutionary urban guerrilla actors. Cheers. I think it's a simple outburst of individual freedom. A freedom that makes us want to smile and makes us want to go out in public space. So the de-driving code starts off softly, individually, because we need space, we need air, we need to go out, and since we're not dogs, no one but ourselves will decide when and where we go, and we don't need a purpose, we don't need to go out to take a pee. We need to go outside because surprise, accidents, life is there. So now we're going to talk about a very simple issue. We've been talking about it all day. I call democracy on stage. Here it is. So public space is the expression of our democracy. And as an example to other countries, I think, who do not benefit from this freedom, we should show a little more enthusiasm, I think, to encourage or to discourage people from democracy. So it's really up to us to show how good democracy is. Of course, I could quote Woody Allen. Life is hard, and after you die. So, however, depression is not an alternative to democracy. Although it looks like it when you look how depressing public space has become. But since we're not in depression, we decided to launch de-driving actions to make democracy more fun. For example, can voting booth be changing booth, since voting is the act of democracy? Have we invented democracy once and for all? Is it totally finished the way it is? Can we change things around us, or should we let the extreme right change it for us? Okay, let's make another pause, which will show you, I think, what action in public space can change. So I'll comment on it. Maybe if you can turn down the music. This says for a better learning of discrimination. So you must not know it, but the best boarding schools in Paris were only designed for boys. That was just 6 years ago, which meant that a lot of girls accepted in these schools were not able to attend them since a lot of them had no money and no parents rich enough.
Regardez comment elles dorment bien dans cet abribus qui semble être fait
So
pour
we
elles.
decided to train
Une
these
arme
girls
transparente contre les
to get
passages
used to
devant, un
discrimination
toit en dur
by
et
teaching
un
them how to
téléphone
sleep in
pour
public
prévenir
spaces.
parents et proches qu'elles
These
vont bien
girls come
et qu'elles
from
n'auront pas besoin de rentrer chez elles ce
very
soir.
poor suburbs.
Tout a été prévu. Alors je vous en prie,
in the
ne
6e
prenez
arrondissement,
pas ces filles en
close to
pitié,
the
mais
biggest
encouragez-les à aller plus
high
loin.
schools, public schools. And so it was a performance. But also, at that time, we were working with an association who went to the high authority against discrimination in France. And so by doing this film, by having these girls, as you will see, sleep very nicely and comfortably in the metro, which is very comfortable in Paris.
On accélère là, c'est quoi Jean-Jacques? Mais c'est mou ça, tu t'es fait endormir
It's very
réellement.
easy for these
Voilà.
girls to get beyond discrimination.
Voilà, Olivier Honor alors.
And some pillows, and they can sleep. And well, we won the fight, and today all the big schools in Paris have a boarding school for women and men. So by doing such an action, by repossessing public space, and by going through high-level authorities, we also taught these girls that they could really change things. They had the feeling they could not dress up as and go out in the streets because they felt that they were not, they weren't artists, they weren't people who could do that. And by repossessing public space, they repossessed great confidence in them. So it was a really good, good project, I think. So I think we're getting at the end of this, but we're going to do just a little tryout. If someone could give out these things to the public. Yeah, so everyone can have a voting booth. So the de-driving code will be like a normal book. And you will start with the basics. There will be a theoretical part. You will have teaching classes and theoretical parts, and then there will be more practical parts. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and you're going to try to answer in a very legal terms to see what is possible and what is not possible. So the first question is, so I'm going to take down I'm going to try to count. The first question is, can I swim in a public fountain? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 no's. So you think you can swim in a public fountain? Good. Can I have a barbecue on a roundabout? A barbecue on a roundabout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 no's. Okay. 19 no. Okay. Can I bring a trampoline underneath a girl's window to play a serenade? Mega yes. 1 no. Can I get to my own apartment with a ladder if I have my keys on me? 1 no. You're all hooligans. Okay, this is more complicated. Can a traffic jam that occurs regularly at the same time in the same place be considered as an act of pollution by a criminal organization? I'll make it simpler. People who go to work every day at the same place at the same time find themselves in the traffic jam, right? So they're polluting the same day. Can you consider that as a, how do you say, a criminal organization of people doing a criminal act at the same time in the same place? You're too nice on people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17, no, it's not a criminal organization. Does getting close to water increase my right to nudity? The more I get close to the beach, the more I can undress, because it's a rule. Yes, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 no's. Okay. Can I take my shirt off near an ad showing someone in a bikini? Near an ad, like an advertisement, yeah. Do you have this girl, you know, like this? No? Yeah, well, you. How many no's? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 no's. Okay. Does sleeping in the street constitute an illegal occupation of public property? No, no sleeping bag, just sleeping. Does sleeping in a warm place while being conscious that it is freezing outside and that people are sleeping in the cold constitute a failure to our duty to assist people in danger? No? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's, 6 no's. It has been scientifically proven that sitting for hours kills more than smoking cigarettes. Can a responsible parent forbid access to a school? Yes? No? No? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 no's. Should chairs have warning signs about the danger of sitting the same way cigarette packs do? Like smoking kills and sitting kills? Yes. No? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 no's. Okay. Well, I think we did a little sum up of the type of questions we could ask and how democracy could be done in a very simple way. And there are a lot of things that we don't know. Like sitting, I didn't know it was more dangerous than smoking cigarettes. So I think I'm going to have a cigarette and stop sitting down and leave you off with the last intervention we did, which will... okay. I'll tell you, I won't tell you the answers.
This was it. Not yet, because thank you very much for being here. I think it was a quite really good day. I liked it a lot, but it's not finished. There is somewhere on this place, this big place is some Reininghaus beer waiting for you. But first, there will be a short intervention also from Kutlut. They are going to guide you a short time to a gallery they found here on this place. And there is also other installations from several artists you will find out there on your way to the beer. There is installation, a construction from artists we worked with in the festival, but also the In Situ network worked with them. It's Zweintopf, Eva and Gerhard Bichler, they are amongst us. Then there is also a leftover design construction from a project we did last year with Theater Teig did it. Thomas Sobotka has also arrived. There's an installation outdoors about the Storf. They are invited to go to the Netherlands this summer, and there is also an installation of Elisabeth Wildling. She used the old Brunnen, the old fountain for an installation. It's really interesting, you should see it. This is, once you are there, you're very close to the beer. and there is also maybe worth it to have a look inside this big building, the Dennenmelzerei. We have a possibility to go inside. This could be a future place for arts and communication or whatever. Have a look inside. And then it's very important, also try out your phones for the installation of which is made outside. You use your app if you already have it, and if not, we can borrow you material that you can try out the installation, which is the sound installation outdoors. Some voices of architects, some voices of people who used to work here, and music you will hear on this. Okay, thank you very much. See you outside.